Good evening, my friend. I'm glad you're here. Before we drift into the story, let your shoulders loosen just a little. Let your breathing soften, slow, and settle into the rhythm of your own quiet tide. Tonight, we're going somewhere gentle, far from noise, far from worry. We're going to follow the sound of the sea, the oldest storyteller in the world. So, find a comfortable place, let your body rest, and allow your thoughts to drift like small boats leaving the shore. If any thoughts arrive, let them float past you without effort, like waves passing beneath a calm moon. This is your time to unwind, your time to soften, your time to simply be. And now, as the night grows deeper, let me lead you toward an ocean older than history, older than memory, older than the world we know. Imagine a coastline untouched by time, a quiet shore where the sand is cool beneath your feet, and the air tastes faintly of salt and starlight. The moon hangs low above the horizon, wide and silvery, its reflection trembling softly across the water. The waves come in slowly, folding themselves over and over, patient and unhurried. The wind is gentle, just enough to brush against your cheek, just enough to remind you that the night is alive. There are no ships out on this sea, no voices, no footsteps, only the hush of the tide, breathing in and out like a sleeping giant. It is peaceful here, so peaceful that even time seems to pause and listen. This is where our story begins, at the edge of a world shaped by water, sculpted by storms, and whispered into being by the endless sea. To the ancient Greeks, the sea was not simply water, it was a living presence, a vast and unpredictable force wrapped around their islands and their lives. The sea fed them, carried their boats, linked their cities, and opened their world to distant lands. But it also threatened them, swallowed ships, bent trees with its winds, and rose without warning in violent moods. It was their lifeline and their fear, their companion and their enemy. To live beside the sea was to live beside something powerful, ancient, and always awake. And so the Greeks imagined a god to give shape to this force, a god who could carry the calmness of a sleeping ocean, or the rage of a storm that tears the sky apart. A god who could raise islands from the deep or pull cities beneath the waves. They called him Poseidon, Lord of the Sea, Earthshaker, Master of Storms. But tonight, we will not approach him in thunder or lightning. We will approach him as the Greeks sometimes did in their quietest hours, as the soft pulse of the tide, as the breath of the deep, as the ancient presence watching over sleeping sailors on moonlit waters. So, as you listen, let the sea, inside the story, and the sea, within yourself, meet and settle together. Imagine the horizon, fading into mist, turning the world into shades of silver and deep blue. Think of gentle waves touching the shore like fingertips, smoothing the edge of a page. Let your mind float on this calm surface as we drift into the earliest memories of the world. Long before Poseidon held his trident, long before he rode his chariot across the waves, the sea already existed. It was vast and formless, filling the spaces where light had not yet reached. The Greeks believed that the sea was older than the gods themselves, older even than the sky. They imagined that before order came, before mountains were raised, the sea lay waiting, patient and deep. Out of that depth would one day rise a god powerful enough to command it. But that moment was far in the future. For now, picture only the emptiness of the early world, quiet and dark like the space behind closed eyes. Slow waves moved, slow winds breathed, slow shadows stretched beneath the water. Nothing hurried, nothing feared, nothing fought. It was a peaceful beginning, one that invites you to rest in its stillness. You may imagine yourself standing on the shore of this young earth, the sand smooth and untouched, the air cool and silent. There are no temples yet, no ships, no voices calling across the water, only the sea, waiting, as though it already knows what wonders and terrors will one day rise from its depths. And from this quiet foundation, the story begins to open its wings. In those early ages, the gods themselves were shaped, not from light, but from conflict and survival. Yet the sea remained constant, steady, impenetrable. And so, when Poseidon finally appeared in the world, he did not step into something new. He stepped into something eternal. Even the gods respected the sea's ancient nature. Even the sky bowed its reflection upon the surface of the waters. But the mortals, the people who lived, fished, sailed, and prayed beside the waves, they knew better than anyone that the sea could never truly be controlled. To them, the sea was not an idea but a daily companion. They woke to its sound. They sailed through its moods. They returned home, guided by the brightness of stars reflected on its surface. And they learned, again and again, that the sea was generous on some days and merciless on others. This was why Poseidon became so important, not because he ruled the sea, but because he explained it. He gave shape to mystery, voice to silence, meaning to storm and calm. When fishermen prayed for a safe return, they prayed to him. When earthquakes split the hillsides, they whispered his name. When storms churned the horizon into darkness, they believed he was stirring in his palace beneath the waves. He was the god whose presence could be felt every time the tide changed. He was the god who reminded them that beauty and danger often lived side by side. But tonight, we meet him in a gentler form, not as the raging force that shatters cliffs or the anger that sinks fleets. Tonight, we meet him in the sea's quiet breathing, the slow rise and fall of waves that carry the world into sleep. Listen for a moment, in your imagination, to that steady rhythm. It's not loud, it's not sharp. It is the soft repetition of a world exhaling, wave after wave, breath after breath, a lullaby older than any language. The Greeks believed that this quiet tide was the true voice of Poseidon when he slept, when his anger faded and only his ancient wisdom remained. So, as we begin this story, let the calm sea be a blanket over your thoughts. Let its steady breathing guide your own. Let it ease the weight from your chest, loosen the knots in your neck, and draw your mind away from everything heavy or bright. You are safe here. You are welcome here. And the sea, eternal and unhurried, welcomes you too. In this gentle beginning, you stand on the edge of a world filled with myths, gods, and ancient truths. The night stretches wide before you. The sea glows softly beneath the moon, and far beneath the waves, in a palace of coral and silver, the Lord of the Sea stirs in his sleep. Soon you will learn how he came to be. Soon you will follow him from the darkness of his birth into the endless blue of his kingdom. But for now, rest in the sound of the sea. Let it hold you. Let it soothe you. Let it guide you into the first chapter of a story whispered across thousands of years. This is the beginning. A calm shore, a sleeping god, and the ancient sea, waiting to tell its tale. The quiet, before the storm, inside a titan's shadow. And now, as the waves continue their slow breathing, let us drift deeper into the story, deeper into the beginning, deeper into the quiet place where gods were born, not into light, but into fear and shadow. The sea behind you is calm, glowing under the moon, but the world long before Poseidon's rise was nothing like this softness. It was a world ruled by titans, by forces older and heavier than the winds or the tides, a world where a single choice, a single fear, could shape the fates of gods yet unborn. Let yourself settle again as we step into that ancient age, letting the soft darkness of that time wrap gently around the story. For this is not a tale of violence tonight, but of origin, of beginnings whispered through time. Imagine now a vast, still world before the sea had its voice, before thunder knew its name, before mountains lifted their backs from the earth. In that world lived Kronos, the youngest of the titans, powerful and watchful. He carried the sky on his shoulders, not as a burden, but as a throne, sitting at the edge of creation with authority older than storms. But even ancient power trembles when it hears prophecy, and Kronos feared only one thing, the promise that one day his own children would rise against him and take everything he held. Fear is a strange thing, even in a titan. It twists the heart, it clouds the mind, and in Kronos, it planted a terrible idea, one that would turn birth into silence, hope into darkness, and childhood into a prison no child should ever know. When his first children were born, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, they did not receive sunlight, celebration, or lullabies. They received only the shadow of their father's fear. One by one, Kronos swallowed them whole, not to harm them, not to end them, but to hide them away in the only place he believed was safe, inside himself. And in this quiet, sorrowful way, the children of Titans disappeared into darkness, still alive, still conscious, but trapped in a place without time or sky. Now breathe slowly as we continue, because soon another child will enter that strange world. His name was Poseidon, born into divinity, but greeted not by celebration, but by silence. Picture the moment of his birth. Rhea, his mother, exhausted and grief-stricken, already knowing what fate awaited the newborn in her arms. A mother who had lost 5 children to fear. A mother who held Poseidon close for one last heartbeat, whispering something soft against his tiny face, something only he and the sea would remember. And then Kronos appeared, silent, imposing, determined, fear wrapped around him like a cloak. He took the child, this tiny spark of a god, and without hesitation, swallowed him into the darkness where his siblings waited. This is where Poseidon's story truly begins. Not in the roar of the ocean, not in the crash of storms, but in the deepest quiet imaginable, inside the shadowed stillness of Kronos' vast body, a strange cradle, a prison made of fear. Imagine now that darkness, not frightening, but muffled, warm, like the inside of a giant cavern with no sound, no wind, and no movement except the slow rumble of the Titan's heart. This was Poseidon's first world, a world with no light, no horizon, no sea, only the soft presence of his siblings, floating in the dim hush like stars waiting to be born. Even in that strange silence, even before he knew his own name, something ancient stirred around him, a sense of depth, of vastness, of water, as though the sea itself whispered to him from beyond the darkness, calling him, shaping him, reminding him that one day he would command its endless tides. But he did not yet understand. He was only a child of the void, waiting in the quiet shadow where his father kept him hidden. Yet even in this emptiness, Poseidon was not alone. Hera drifted nearby, quiet and steady, like a pale flame waiting for breath. Hades lingered deeper in the dark, thoughtful and still. Demeter and Hestia glowed faintly with warmth and patience. Each god rested in their own silence, suspended between unmade futures and the fear that imprisoned them. And time passed, though none of them could measure it. It drifted, strange and shapeless, like an endless dream without waking. Outside, the world changed. Mountains rose, stars gathered, rivers began their slow carving of the land. But inside Kronos, everything stayed the same. Still, quiet, waiting. Poseidon, though unborn into the world, began to feel something familiar pressed gently against him from within the darkness. A sense of movement, a pull, like a tide turning beneath the surface of a sleeping sea. Perhaps it was destiny. Perhaps it was memory before memory. But in the quiet, Poseidon began to grow not only in form, but in purpose. The sea that did not yet belong to him whispered in pulses, calling him toward a future he could not yet see. And somewhere far above, in the bright world of sky and earth, a different child was born. A child Kronos would never swallow. A child destined to break the silence. His name was Zeus. He grew not in darkness, but in open air, hidden safely by Rhea, nurtured by nymphs and goat milk, and the kindness of a world untouched by fear. While Poseidon remained in a prison of shadows, Zeus learned the language of wind and light. He grew strong, clever, aware of the prophecy that hung like a storm above his father. And when the time came when Zeus' strength grew too large, his courage too bright, he returned to confront the Titan who had swallowed the future. Imagine the moment the silence finally broke. Zeus held a potion crafted by Metis, a power meant to shake the Titan's stomach and force him to release what he had taken. Kronos trembled. A great rumble echoed through his body, louder than thunder, deeper than the sea. And in one long, violent surge, the darkness that had held Poseidon for so long began to break apart. Light slipped in, sound returned, space opened like a world being born for the second time. One by one, the swallowed gods were released back into existence. Hestia first, then Demeter, then Hera, then Hades, and finally, Poseidon. He emerged not as an infant, but as a young god shaped by the silence that birthed him. The first breath he ever took in open air was the breath of freedom. The first sound he ever heard was his own heartbeat echoing like a distant wave. And the first thing he ever saw was the sky, vast, blue, endless, stretching above him like a promise. After a lifetime of darkness, the world must have felt impossibly bright, impossibly large, impossibly alive. But Poseidon did not fear it. The quiet inside Kronos had given him patience. The darkness had given him depth, and somewhere deep in his spirit, the sea he had never seen called out to him in welcome. He stood beside his siblings, no longer shadows, but gods born into their destiny at last. The world waited for them: mountains, oceans, storms, skies, and all the countless stories that would one day rise from their footsteps. And though Poseidon did not yet know the shape of his future, he could feel it pulling at him, gentle and persistent, like the tide tugging at the shore, a destiny rising from darkness toward the promise of the deep. The story will continue soon, but for now, breathe softly and let this moment settle like mist over calm waters. The first breath of the freed gods. When Poseidon opened his eyes to the world for the very first time, he did not blink in fear. After a lifetime held in darkness, even the brightness of the sky felt strangely familiar, as though he had always known it was waiting for him. The air felt cool against his skin, gentle, almost shy, like the world welcoming him quietly into its wide embrace. Around him, his siblings were stirring, stretching their limbs as if waking from a long, strange dream. Hestia was calm, already steady on her feet, warmth glowing gently around her like the promise of hearth and home. Demeter looked upward, drawn instinctively to the open fields and the waiting earth. Hera stood tall, regal even in her first moments of freedom, her eyes reflecting the quiet authority she would one day command. Hades was silent, contemplative, his gaze sinking into shadows only he could understand. They were no longer prisoners of Kronos' fear. They were gods, newborn in form, but ancient in purpose. And before them stood Zeus, the brother they had never known, the one who had broken the silence, the one who had dared to challenge a titan. Poseidon regarded Zeus quietly, not with distrust, not with awe, but with a deep, calm recognition. Something in him understood that this brother was more than a stranger. He was the turning of a tide, the spark that would shape their futures. Zeus offered a hand, not as a leader yet, but as a brother welcoming siblings into a world that had almost forgotten them. Poseidon accepted it without hesitation. In that moment, a bond formed, strength meeting strength, storm meeting sea, sky meeting depth. The freed gods gathered around Zeus, each feeling the tremble of destiny beneath their feet, as though the earth itself exhaled in relief. For Kronos' reign was not simply ended, it was broken, shattered like a wave meeting stone, and from its pieces a new age would rise. But freedom did not come with peace. As the gods looked out across the vast young world, they could sense the unrest brewing far beyond the horizon. The Titans still ruled the heights of creation. Their power ran through mountains, storms, and the very bones of the earth. And though Kronos had fallen for the moment, his followers were gathering in fury. The world trembled with tension, the air thick with the promise of conflict. The gods, still learning the weight of their own power, understood instinctively that their release was only the first step. A storm was coming, a war older than memory. Poseidon looked to the sea still far away, still untouched by his hand, and felt it calling to him again. Not yet his, but waiting, always waiting. He did not know then that the sea would one day rise at his command, bending its endless body to the will of the god who had once known only darkness. But he felt it, a stirring, a whisper, a promise. Zeus gathered his siblings close, speaking softly but steadily, his voice carrying the calm resolve of a storm before it forms. "We have been wronged," he said. "We have been kept from our birthright, and now the world calls for us." Poseidon listened without blinking. His youth, shaped by silence, had taught him to hear meaning beneath words. He felt the truth rising like a swell behind Zeus' speech. They were not meant to hide in shadow. They were meant to shape creation, to carve oceans, raise mountains, govern storms, tend to life, guard the dead, and guide the living, not as captives, as rulers, as gods. The wind shifted then, as if agreeing, brushing past their faces with a cool, approving sigh, and above them, the sky darkened subtly, clouds sliding across the sun like curtains drawn before a great performance. Zeus lifted his hand, lightning flickering faintly around his fingertips, not yet a weapon, but a promise of the power he would soon wield fully. "We will not return to darkness," he said. "We will claim our place." Poseidon felt the world tremble subtly beneath him, as if recognizing that a new force had awakened. He looked once more toward the distant horizon, imagined waves crashing against cliffs, imagined the heartbeat of the deep pounding like a drum. The sea was calling him to rise, and destiny, slow and patient, unfolded like a tide moving steadily toward shore. The siblings began to walk, their footsteps soft but firm, leaving behind the place where they had been reborn. Each step carried them closer to the conflict that awaited, closer to the power they would unlock, closer to the roles that would define eternity. Poseidon walked beside Hera, the two sharing a quiet understanding shaped by years of shadows. Hades followed just behind, silent but watchful, absorbing the world with an intensity that only he could bear. Demeter brushed her fingertips along the tall grasses as they walked, awakening green life with each gentle touch. Hestia moved at the center, a small warmth glowing around her like a beacon of calm. And Zeus led them all, not yet king of gods, but already the one who carried the weight of change on his shoulders. The world around them shifted with every step. Birds stirred in the branches overhead. Rivers quickened their flow. Mountains shivered as if waking from a deep sleep. Even the clouds drifted in patterns that seemed to watch the young gods as they passed. Nature itself knew something important had begun, and deep beneath the surface of the world, in the great chasms of the sea, something older than Titans stirred restlessly. A vast, primordial awareness. The spirit of the ocean, it felt the presence of Poseidon, and whispered to him, with every drop of water, every grain of salt suspended in the air. The sea was waiting for him, calling him, longing for him, but the time was not yet right. Before he could take his place, before he could rise as Lord of the Sea, the young gods would face a war unlike anything creation had ever witnessed. The Titans would not surrender, and the Olympians, newly freed, would not bow. Between them stood a world trembling with anticipation. Poseidon paused for a moment, letting the breeze cool his skin, letting the light settle gently in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, and for the first time, he tasted the faint trace of salt carried on the wind. The sea had reached him, just a whisper, just a taste, but enough to awaken something ancient within him, something powerful, something patient. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat, allowing the sensation to anchor itself in his spirit. Then he opened them again, sharper now, steadier, ready for what would come. For though he had known only darkness, he was not afraid of the light. Though he had never seen the ocean, he already belonged to it. And though he had only just been born into the world, destiny was unfolding before him like a calm, inevitable tide. The story will continue in the next part, as the freed gods step into the shadow of the coming war, a war that will awaken Poseidon's true power, the gathering of storms, and the awakening of purpose. As the young gods continued their quiet journey across the ancient world, the light around them grew softer, as though the sky itself wished to cushion their first steps toward destiny. The earth beneath their feet felt warm and new, still shaping itself beneath the influence of forces older than their memories. Every breath they took stirred the air gently, as if the world were learning to exhale alongside them. Poseidon walked in silence, letting the strange beauty of the land settle into his mind. After so long in darkness, everything felt vast, open, and impossibly delicate. The wind moved through the tall grass like fingers combing through silk. The clouds glided slowly overhead, thick and pale, like drifting thoughts. For a moment, it almost seemed as though peace might last. But deep inside him, a feeling tugged at the edges of his awareness. A subtle weight, a quiet intuition. Something was coming. Something old, something fierce. He could sense it long before the others did. Perhaps because the darkness had taught him to listen. Perhaps because the sea whispered warnings within him, even though he had not yet touched its waters. Zeus felt it next. His gaze lifted toward the horizon, where the sky pulsed faintly with unsettled light. The winds grew heavier, pressing down in slow, rolling waves. Hera noticed too, narrowing her eyes, reading the air with the instinct she would one day be known for. Even Hades paused, looking toward the eastern mountains with a quiet understanding, as though some shadow long familiar to him was stretching awake. The Titans had felt the change. The escape of Kronos' swallowed children had disrupted the fragile balance of power. And now, the ancient rulers of the world were stirring, their anger rising like smoke from deep beneath the earth. Poseidon inhaled slowly, letting the tension settle within him like a stone dropped into water. He did not fear the coming storm. He had lived inside a greater darkness and survived. But the truth pressed gently against him. Their freedom had a price. To remain free, they would need to fight, not just for themselves, but for the future of the world. Zeus stopped and turned to face his siblings. His voice was steady, low, filled with a calm certainty that seemed to vibrate through the air. "They will come," he said. "The Titans will not allow us to rise." Demeter lowered her gaze, running her hand through the grass as though asking the earth for quiet strength. Hestia placed her hand over her heart, a soft glow warming her palm. Hera lifted her chin, her expression unwavering, her resolve already taking shape. Hades remained silent, but something dark and sharp flickered behind his eyes. Poseidon simply nodded. He needed no words. The sea inside him had already told him the truth. Storms were gathering, and storms only grew where great change demanded to happen. The young gods continued walking until they reached a high ridge overlooking a desolate valley, carved by forces far older than their own. Rocks jutted from the earth, like broken bones, The sky hung low, pressing a heavy gray light onto the land. In the distance, faint tremors rippled through the ground, small but unmistakable. The Titans were restless. Poseidon felt the vibrations in the soles of his feet. They traveled upward through his body, awakening something deep and powerful within him. A force like a rising tide. A force like the rumble of an earthquake. A force waiting to be unleashed. He closed his eyes, letting the sensation wash through him. The darkness that had once been his prison now became a foundation, a solid core of patience and depth. He understood, in a soft, instinctive way, that he was not born to be silent. He was born to shape the world, to carve paths where none existed, to command depths too great for others to comprehend, and to stand beside his brothers and sisters in the battles ahead. Zeus placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him with a quiet touch. "We will face them together," Zeus murmured. Poseidon opened his eyes. He looked at Zeus, at the sparks of lightning, forming faintly around his fingertips like restless fireflies. He looked at Hera, wrapped in calm authority, at Hades, enigmatic and steady as shadow, at Demeter, gentle and strong, at Hestia, glowing softly like the promise of home. They were not soldiers. Not yet. They were not conquerors. Not yet. They were simply siblings who had found the world waiting for them, urging them towards something they had no choice but to meet. And still, the tremors continued beneath them. Soft, insistent, growing. Poseidon stepped forward, letting his gaze sweep across the valley. "This world is changing," he whispered, "and so must we." His voice carried softly on the wind, reaching the ears of his siblings like a gentle truth they had all been waiting to hear. Zeus nodded slowly. "We will seek allies," he said. "The Titans are many, and we have only just begun to understand our power." Poseidon turned his face slightly toward the direction of the distant sea. Though he could not see it, he felt it as surely as he felt the pulse in his veins. He knew there were beings older than Titans lurking beneath the waves. He knew ancient craftsmen hid in deep caverns, forging strength in the dark. He knew the world was filled with forces waiting to be awakened. And he had a feeling that their greatest allies were creatures born of the same primordial chaos that had shaped the gods themselves. A soft gust of wind swept across the ridge, carrying with it the faintest scent of salt. Poseidon inhaled deeply, letting the smell anchor him. The sea was calling more clearly now. A promise, a refuge, a destiny, but not yet a home. First, there would be war. First, there would be storms. And first, the young gods would need to gather their strength, shape their purpose, and step into the shadows cast by the ancient Titans. Zeus turned to the others. "Tonight, we rest," he said. "Tomorrow, we begin." The sky darkened, the first stars blinking into view like gentle eyes watching over them. The wind softened again, brushing away the tension from the air, and the gods lay down upon the quiet earth, each settling into their own thoughts, their own fears, their own hopes. Poseidon lay on his back, gazing upward at the stars, bright, distant lights, shimmering like reflections on an unseen sea. He could feel the world humming beneath him, alive and waiting. He could feel the ocean whispering, patient and deep, And somewhere far away, in the heart of the Titan realm, something stirred in anger. The soft peace of the night would not last long, but for now, the gods slept, and the world, for the first time in ages, held its breath. The deep allies, and the first echo of power. The night wrapped itself gently around the young gods as they slept, a soft blanket of darkness sheltering them from the turmoil rising beyond the horizon. But, even in rest, the world continued to shift around them, preparing for the storm that would soon reshape creation. The first light of dawn touched the sky with pale gold, spreading slowly, like warm breath, across the land. Poseidon opened his eyes before the others, awakened not by sound, but by the faint, steady pull of something ancient moving beneath the earth. It echoed through the ground like a whisper of distant waves. It called to him softly, insistently, as though the world beneath the world were stirring in recognition. He lay still for a moment, listening. The tremors were different from before, quieter, deeper, almost thoughtful, not born of fury, not born of fear, born of possibility. He sat up slowly, letting the cool morning air run over his skin. Zeus stirred beside him, blinking sleep from his eyes, lightning flickering faintly at his fingertips, even in his waking moments. Hera rose with grace, adjusting the folds of her simple garment, as though preparing herself for a throne she did not yet know she would one day hold. Demeter stretched, flowers blooming quietly, where her feet touched the earth. Hestia awoke with a warm glow, the air around her soft and comforting like the first spark of a hearth fire. Hades stood silently, already alert, shadows curling subtly around him. They gathered together as the sun crested the ridge, painting the valley in slow-moving gold. Poseidon turned his gaze toward the distant mountains. "There is something out there," he murmured. "Something waiting." Zeus nodded slowly. "I feel it too. The Titans are strong," Hera said softly, "but not the only ancient forces that exist." Hades stepped forward, eyes fixed on the northern cliffs as if he could see through stone itself. "There are others," he said, "locked away, forgotten, yet powerful." Demeter's breath caught softly. "The brothers of our father." Zeus exhaled, the wind tightening around him like a drawn bowstring. "The Cyclopes," he said, "and the Hecatoncheires." Poseidon closed his eyes, listening to the tremors, again slow, rhythmic, like enormous hearts, beating far beneath the world. "They are calling," he whispered. The imprisoned giants were reaching out, sensing the presence of Kronos' freed children, sensing change moving across the land like a slow tide. Zeus faced his siblings with calm certainty. "If we release them," he said, "they will stand with us. They were wronged by Kronos long before we were born." Hera studied the horizon with quiet thoughtfulness. "Will they help us? They are creatures of vast power. Power can be unpredictable." Poseidon felt the tremor pulse through the ground again, this time stronger, like a hand gently knocking from beneath the earth. "They will help," he said softly. "They want freedom, and they want justice." Zeus gave a small nod, trusting Poseidon's quiet certainty. The young gods began walking toward the distant cliffs, each step guided by the steady pull of the ancient beings slumbering deep below. The path was long, winding between jagged rocks and valleys carved by forces older than Titans. But the journey felt guided, as if the land itself shifted slightly to ease their passage. As they approached the mountains, the tremors grew stronger, vibrating through the soles of their feet and up their spines. The air grew heavier, thick with the scent of stone and ancient power. The sky dimmed, though no storm clouds gathered. It was as if they had entered a place untouched by sun. A sacred cavern stretched across the surface of the world. Hestia stepped closer to Poseidon, her warm presence steadying the atmosphere. "Do you feel afraid?" she asked gently. Poseidon shook his head. "No," he murmured. "It feels familiar, like a deep place I've always known, like the sea, before it has waves." Demeter touched the wall of the mountain, tracing ancient runes left by forgotten ages. "They've been here a long time," she whispered, waiting. Zeus placed his hand on the stone. Lightning hummed faintly, illuminating faint cracks and secret passages. The rock responded with a low groan, shifting slightly beneath his touch. "It's weaker than it looks," Zeus said. Kronos sealed them away with fear, not honor. Poseidon laid his palm beside Zeus. A cool, deep energy seeped through the stone, responding to him with surprising softness. The mountain trembled again, like a giant stirring from sleep. "Let's wake them," Poseidon said. Zeus nodded. Together, the siblings stepped back. The air thickened around them, charged with expectation. Zeus lifted his hand. Lightning coiled around his arm, gathering in silence, bright but muted, as if mindful of the peaceful morning. Poseidon closed his eyes. He summoned the power buried deep inside him, not the wild, furious force that would one day shake seas and split cliffs, but the quiet, steady strength shaped from years of darkness. A calm quake, a gentle pressure, a deep rumble rising like breath from the heart of the world. Their powers moved together, sky and depth, storm and silence merging into a single pulse that struck the mountain with a soundless shock. The stone cracked, a soft, echoing groan spilled out from within, like the sigh of a giant waking after centuries of sleep. Hera stepped forward, her presence steady and commanding. "Come forth," she said quietly. "Your time in darkness is over." The crack widened, shedding dust like falling snow, and from the shadow within, a massive eye opened bright, clear, filled with ancient intelligence. A Cyclops, one of the three who had once crafted weapons for the Titans, now imprisoned by the very gods they had served. The creature blinked at the light, then at the gods standing before the broken stone. "You came," the Cyclops rumbled, his voice deep as thunder trapped underwater. Poseidon inclined his head respectfully. "We know what was taken from you," he said, "and we offer freedom." Another eye opened beside the first, then another. The second Cyclops stepped forward, enormous hands dragging chains that crumbled into dust as the mountain split wider. And behind them, the third. Their forms were colossal, but their presence did not threaten. It felt relieved, grateful. "You seek war," one of them murmured. Zeus met his gaze without flinching. "We seek justice, and a future where Titans no longer rule through fear." The Cyclopes exchanged a long, silent glance. Then they knelt giants bowing before gods younger than a single mountain. "We will forge for you," they said. "We will fight for you, for you set us free." Poseidon felt the tremor ease beneath him, shifting from unrest into hope. But the mountain had not finished waking. Deeper still, another presence stirred vast, many-limbed, carrying a power that pulsed like the heartbeat of the world itself. The Hecatonchires, the 100-handed ones, creatures of raw force, once feared even by titans. Poseidon stepped closer, drawn by a pull he could not name. He felt the presence recognize him, welcome him, and the mountain shuddered in anticipation. This was only the beginning. The war had not yet started, but the gods were no longer alone. The 100 hands, and the first rising of hope. The mountain's deep rumble continued, rolling through the ground like the slow turning of a massive creature beneath the earth. The Cyclopes stood silently now, their 3 enormous forms, watching the widening crack with a mixture of anticipation and reverence. Zeus, Poseidon, and their siblings waited too, the air surrounding them charged with quiet tension. The tremors were no longer warnings, they were invitations. Old voices awakening, old power returning. Poseidon stepped closer to the fractured stone, feeling the vibrations pulse gently through his feet. The rhythm was steady, almost calming, like the heartbeat of a resting titan. He recognized that rhythm. Not from memory, he had none of the world beyond darkness, but from instinct, a feeling older than thought. Hera watched him carefully, sensing the subtle shift in his aura. "You feel connected to them," she murmured. Poseidon nodded slowly. "They are ancient," he said. "Older than titans, older than fear, and they have waited in silence, just as we did." Zeus approached, lightning flickering softly around him like restless stars. "They will be powerful allies," he said, "if they choose to join us. If we choose to trust them," Hera added quietly. The crack in the mountain split further, stone falling away in slow, heavy chunks that shook the earth as they collapsed. Dust drifted upward in pale clouds, settling like mist around the gods. Then, through the dim light, a massive shadow moved. Slowly, deliberately, like something stretching after an eternity of stillness. One enormous hand emerged, first wide as a cliff, fingers thick as tree trunks, each fingertip glowing faintly with dormant power. Then another hand beside it, and another, and another. 100 hands, 100 slow, thoughtful movements, all belonging to a single being. The first Hecatonchire stepped into the fading sunlight, its vast form towering over mountains, its many arms unfurling like branches of an ancient, impossible tree. Its face was solemn, heavy with centuries of confinement, yet peaceful in a way that surprised the watching gods. It did not roar, it did not rage, it simply breathed one deep, resonant breath that rippled through the land and sky. Poseidon exhaled softly, feeling the air vibrate inside his chest. The Hecatonchires were not creatures of destruction alone. They were forces of balance, of release, of raw, untempered nature. Hades stepped forward, shadows curling at his heels. "You know why we have come," he said, voice steady and low. The giant lowered its many arms, bowing its massive head until its presence felt like a mountain kneeling before a whisper. Its voice emerged like rolling thunder softened by distance. "We know," it said. "We have felt the shift in the world. We have felt your father fall, and we have felt your rise." Poseidon stepped closer, meeting the creature's ancient gaze with calm certainty. We seek freedom for all who were bound by Chronos, he said, and a future not ruled by fear. The giants, many eyes, blinked slowly, glowing with quiet understanding. Then another tremor echoed from within the mountain. A second hecatoncheir emerged. Then a third. All three stood tall, their 100 arms unfurled like waves frozen in motion. The ground steadied beneath them, as though the world recognized their presence and welcomed their release. Together, the three giants looked to the young gods, with a solemn stillness that felt deeply respectful. "You freed us," the first said, "and in doing so, you freed the world from one of its oldest wounds." The second giant continued, its voice deep enough to stir the dust on the cliffs. "We will stand with you. We will fight with you." The third lowered its many hands until they touched the earth, grounding its pledge. "For the Titans took our strength," it said, "and you returned it." Zeus bowed his head slightly, acknowledging the gravity of their words. "You will not be used as weapons," he said softly. "We seek allies, not tools." At this, the giants smiled slow, ancient, and genuine. The Cyclopes stepped forward too, their massive forms illuminated by newfound hope. "We will craft for you," they said, "forged from the heart of the world, forged with purpose." Poseidon felt the tremor in the ground settle into something steady, something that felt like trust. The air warmed slightly, the light shifting, as though the sun itself approved of the pact forming on the mountainside. For the first time, since stepping into the world, the young gods were no longer alone. They had allies, older than the Titans, stronger than the youngest gods, and loyal to the idea of freedom. Hestia approached the giants, her presence warm and comforting, even in the shadow of their enormous forms. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice, gentle as a spark, carried farther than thunder ever could. The giants lowered their hands respectfully. "Your kindness wakes the world," one of them said. Demeter smiled softly, placing her hand over the earth. Green light pulsed outward, tiny flowers blooming at the feet of the Cyclopes and the hecatonchires. "Life grows where hope stands," she murmured. Hera moved beside Zeus, her posture straight, her gaze unwavering. "This is the beginning," she said. "Not of war," she added softly, almost like a lullaby, "but of balance." Poseidon felt the faint trace of salt on the wind again, drifting from far beyond the mountains. The sea was calling him with new clarity, whispering through the air, curling through the valleys, touching the edge of his awareness like gentle foam brushing against a shore. He closed his eyes and breathed in deeply. The scent filled him with a quiet strength, a reminder, a promise. The sea would be his, its storms, its depths, its silence, its roar. But first, the world had to pass through fire and conflict. First, the young gods had to stand against the Titans. And now, with the Cyclopes and the hecatonchires by their side, they finally had the strength to try. Zeus stepped forward, turning toward the open plains below. "We go now," he said, "to prepare, to rise, to free the world from fear." The giants bowed, the earth steadied, the wind calmed, and the gods walked on, their path no longer uncertain, their hearts no longer alone. For the first time since their rebirth, hope walked with them. The forging of the future, the young gods continued their descent from the mountain ridge, the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheiras following behind them like moving continents, quiet and steady. The world seemed to shift with their passing, as though ancient forces were adjusting themselves to make room for what was coming. The air grew thicker, infused with a subtle glow, like warmth rising from hidden chambers beneath the earth. Poseidon felt the tremors beneath him deepen into a strong, confident rhythm. Not the rumble of unrest, not the shiver of fear, but the heartbeat of creation awakening. Zeus walked at the front, eyes scanning the horizon with calm determination. Hera stayed close beside him, her steps steady, her presence grounding. Hades walked in silence, shadows whispering faintly around him, like threads of night weaving into his footsteps. Demeter touched the passing stones and grasses with gentle fingertips, and small bursts of life blossomed wherever she walked. Hestia radiated warmth, a soft glow that steadied the wind and softened the air. Poseidon walked at the center of them all, quiet and thoughtful, his awareness attuned to the deep calls rising from the unseen sea. Ahead, the land opened into a vast plain, wide and empty, stretching until it kissed the horizon. It was a place untouched by titans, forgotten by fear, waiting for something to be born. The Cyclopes stepped forward and turned to Zeus. "Here," they said, their voices deep as distant thunder. "We will forge what the future requires." Zeus nodded, understanding without question. The Hecatoncheiras spread their many arms and began clearing an enormous circle of land, moving boulders the size of houses with effortless motions. The earth shook, but not violently. It shook like a drum preparing for a song. Demeter and Hestia stepped back, their auras softening the air as the giants began their work. Poseidon watched quietly as the Cyclopes knelt beside the cleared earth, pressing their enormous palms into the ground. Light poured from the places where their hands touched, bright and molten, like the world's core rising to the surface. The ground glowed orange, then white, then blinding. The Cyclopes reached into the molten light as though reaching into water, and they began to forge. Each movement was slow, controlled, deliberate, nothing like the violence the gods would one day associate with battle. It was calm creation, gentle purpose, ancient artistry. Zeus stood completely still, watching the shapes form within the glowing brightness. The first Cyclops withdrew, something small for him, but immense for the world. A bolt of lightning, raw, brilliant, alive with the true power of the sky. They placed it in Zeus' hands, and the storm recognized him instantly. Lightning curled around his fingers like a creature returning to its master. Zeus inhaled slowly, feeling its energy merge with his. The second Cyclops reached again into the molten glow and lifted a dark, shimmering veil of metal and shadow. A helmet, unlike anything the world had ever known. The cap of invisibility, the helm of darkness. They offered it to Hades. The shadows around him deepened, welcoming the gift as if it had always belonged to him. Hades touched it gently, and the veil rippled like water under moonlight. The third Cyclops plunged both hands into the molten core and drew out a long, gleaming shape, a trident. 3 sharp prongs glowed with the fire of the earth's heart. forged from raw elemental force that shook the air with quiet authority. They held it out to Poseidon. The moment his hands touched the weapon, the world shifted. The ground steadied beneath him. The wind softened. The distant sea seemed to exhale, and something ancient inside him opened like a calm horizon. The trident pulsed with deep blue light, then steadied into a glow as gentle as moonlight reflected on water in the middle of the night. Poseidon closed his eyes and felt the ocean whisper back. It recognized him now, not as a distant echo, not as a possibility, but as its rightful lord. He opened his eyes slowly, the trident glowing softly in his hand. For the first time since leaving Kronos' darkness, his purpose felt clear, not loud, not urgent, simply true. Zeus looked at his brothers, each holding the weapon that destiny had prepared for them. Lightning, shadow, sea, together, their powers hummed in harmony, weaving through the air like three threads pulling the world into balance. Hera stepped forward, raising her hands slightly, feeling the shift in the air. "The world feels different now," she whispered. Hestia nodded, warmth radiating gently across the clearing. "Stronger," she said, "more awake." Demeter added softly. The hecatonkaias approached, their many arms folding respectfully. "You have what you need," the first giant said, "but the battle ahead is long." "The titans grow restless," said the second. "They sense your rise," the third murmured, "and fear it." Zeus exhaled slowly, lightning flickering along his arm like a gentle reminder of the responsibility he carried. "We do not seek war," he said, "but we cannot allow fear to rule the world any longer. Then we will stand with you," the Cyclopes promised. "And we," the Hecatoncheires said, "will break the walls the Titans hide behind." Poseidon lifted his trident, letting it catch the soft morning light. The glow reflected in his eyes, like stars floating in deep water. He could feel the ocean waiting for him beyond the horizon, pulsing with anticipation, ready to rise when he called. He could feel the earth beneath him, steady and deep, humming with the promise of change. He could feel destiny, soft but certain, moving through the world like the slow sweep of a tide. Zeus glanced at his siblings. "At dawn tomorrow," he said quietly, "we march, not in anger, not in desperation, but in the gentle certainty of a new age beginning." The gods stood together in the cooling air, weapons glowing softly in their hands, hope rising around them like the first blush of sunrise. The night settled over them once more, calm and steady, as though wrapping their courage in darkness meant to protect them. Poseidon rested his hand on the trident, feeling its quiet thrum syncing with his heartbeat. The darkness that once imprisoned him now felt distant. The world before him felt vast and full of possibility. And the ocean whispered a final promise into the wind, soft as sleep, deep as destiny. "You are coming home." With that whisper echoing inside him, the air trembled with a hush that felt like the world holding its breath as the young gods gathered their allies and prepared to meet the Titans. They stood in a wide ring upon the plain the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires had cleared, weapons and promises glinting softly in the pale light. Zeus' hand clasped the bolt of lightning as if greeting an old friend, its energy humming quietly against his palm. Hades let the helm of darkness settle upon his brow, feeling its cool shadow wrap around him like a protective veil. Poseidon rested his fingers on the trident's haft and felt the sea shiver in reply, a distant, welcoming pulse that matched his heartbeat. Around them, the Cyclopes set their anvils and began slow, deliberate work, the rhythm of hammer on metal sounding like distant thunder. The Hecatoncheires arranged themselves like living parapets, their many arms ready to lift and to hold, to throw mountains or to steady trembling earth. Demeter moved among the giants, coaxing green life to carpet the ground and soften the earth's harsh edges. Hestia lit slow, steady fires that smelled of warmth and safety, little beacons against the long shadow of the coming war. Hera stood with quiet authority, lending her steady gaze to calm anxious hearts and to bind their resolves with a subtle grace. The gods spoke little, for there was an old, solemn language in the land itself that guided their preparations. They did not rehearse battle cries or brandish fury. They gathered strength in silence, in small rituals, and in the mutual recognition of necessity. Zeus walked the circle, feeling the bolt's cold warmth echoing through his bones, remembering the burden of prophecy that had led them here. Poseidon listened instead to the faint pull of the ocean far beyond the plain, hearing the chorus of waves that promised both refuge and power. Hades touched the earth and felt the subtle paths of the dead, the ancient roots, loose and shifting, with the movement of giants and the forging of new weapons. The Cyclopes hammered not with haste, but with patience, coaxing lightning into form, shaping metal with a reverent hand that respected the slow music of creation. They worked for days under shifting skies, and the land around them gathered the sound of their craft, like rain gathers in deep hollows. When the first great bolt was finished, it did not scream but hummed, as if contained thunder had learned to speak in a quieter voice. Zeus accepted it like a returning tide, feeling its power settle into him with a calm he had not yet known. The second forge yielded the helm, fashioned from night itself and keen as the hush between heartbeats. Hades placed it upon his head, and the world dimmed gently at its edges, a coat of silence easing over his shoulders. The third shaping brought forth the trident, 3 prongs born from the molten depth of the earth, and tempered by the slow breath of the sea. When Poseidon took it, the air filled with a soft salt scent, on a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Then the Cyclopes raised their voices together in a low, resonant chant, and the weapons answered like old friends awakened from sleep. The gods felt their new tools not as mere objects, but as companions, as parts of themselves folded outward into the world. They named no prayers aloud that day, but each offered a silent thanks to the hands that had crafted what destiny required. And yet, the Titans were not idle, for news of the Olympians rising, and the freeing of the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires had swept through their high halls like a cold wind. Kronos and his kin gathered in their ancient places, their faces carved by long memory, and their wills heavy with the ache of usurped time. They could feel the subtle rearranging of power, the way land and sea hummed differently under the influence of the new rulers. They would not yield their thrones without answering the call of battle. So the earth itself began to move in ways that were at once gentle and terrible, creaking as if speaking in an old tongue, and the sky prepared its own voices. When first blows were exchanged, the sounds were not like clashing armies, but like the earth itself being rearranged single, massive movements that echoed for days. Mountains sheared, not in sudden fury, but in slow, monumental shifts that sent dust and ancient soil rolling like a tide. Seas boiled in distant horizons, steam rising as the salt waters answered the call to stir. Rifts opened in plains and swallowed small forests whole, and rivers paused as if in shock before deciding which new courses to follow. The battle that began on the surface had the character of nature's own quarrel, a conversation between elements that had grown weary of one another's rule. On the fields, the young gods moved with a strange blend of grace and naivety. They were not seasoned generals, but something else, new rulers who had just learned their names. Their movements were careful, their strikes purposeful but measured, as if they wished the earth to remember them kindly. Zeus did not fling lightning like a tantrum. He guided it, a precise hand directing weather into a pattern that unmoored the Titan's formations. Poseidon did not merely lash the sea. He coaxed it into new shapes, pulling up surges that would undo the Titan's footholds, or steady allies in mid-fall. Hades used shadows not to terrify but to hide and to carry messages through voids where others could not travel. The Cyclopes fought with the slow, relentless force of mountains, made animate, lifting boulders and forging defensive walls from stone, as if weaving new geography. The Hecatoncheires hurled themselves into the fray with many arms, catching roofs of falling heavens and redirecting avalanches away from fragile lines of gods and allies. 10 years stretched like a long, patient storm across the world, and in that time, the landscape learned to remember both sides of the conflict. Sometimes the fighting would concentrate in a single valley for months, leaving it scarred and then strangely fertile afterward. Other times it would sweep in sudden, wide arcs that redirected entire river paths, carved new bays, and laid bare veins of metal that would later be worked into tools and altars. There were moments when the gods paused to tend wounds and to rebuild small shrines in the field, offering gratitude for survival and hope for mercy. And there were nights when they lay upon broken earth and listened to winds that now smelled faintly of both smoke and salt, of the sea and of stone. During one long winter, the Titans unleashed a surge that shattered cliffs and sent waves of cold across the coastlines. Poseidon rode that storm like a careful shepherd, gathering its edge and guiding its violence away from fragile islands where fishermen still hoped for calm. He learned then that power was not simply to unmake, but to shepherd what came after unmaking. Zeus learned that authority brought loneliness, that standing above the storm required a heart steady enough to feel sorrow and keep moving. Hades discovered that the silence of the underworld could be a sanctuary for thought, and in its depth he found strategies that would bind the Titan's strengths. Friends were lost along the way, and grief nested in their victories, like stones left on altars. Yet each loss was folded into their resolve, making them not colder but more attentive to the delicate world they were reshaping. Songs began to form in the mouths of mortals who watched from afar, songs that told of mountains that had once moved, and of gods who walked among storms. Priests began to carve the new names into shrines, not with triumph alone, but with a strange mix of relief and solemnity. For to win over the Titans was not to conquer without cost. It was to accept the world's wounds and to learn how to heal them. As year upon year passed, The Titans' fierce presences waned in places where the Olympians pressed with consistent purpose. Mountains that had once been strongholds of ancient rulers cracked and fell away, their broken faces turned into canyons that let sunlight deep into the earth. Seas calmed in some regions and grew wilder in others, reflecting the complex negotiation between old orders and new balances. And slowly, with the kind of patience that comes from lasting storms, the Olympians found themselves changing the world, not just by force, but by tending, by offering steadiness where fear had reigned. They taught peoples how to read the signs of weather, to build more resilient harbors, to plant crops in places cleared and made fertile by divine struggle. They did not remove memory of the Titans. Memory was not something to erase. Instead, they set it into the ground as a lesson and a warning, whispering of the cost of tyranny and the value of balance. In the quiet spaces between battles, Poseidon would stand at some newly formed shore and listen to the ocean, sensing how its voice had shifted with every course it had taken. The sea had been changed by the war, by the spilling of divine force into its depths, but it had also been made for a purpose that now included laughter, trade, and careful voyages. When at last the long tide of conflict began to break, and the Titans' numbers thinned like a receding fog, the gods did not cheer wildly. They breathed. They offered quiet thanks. They walked the scarred lands and set small offerings where great sacrifices had been made. Zeus looked at his siblings with a softness that only those who have weathered storms can understand. They had been forged in shared struggle, and the bond between them was like the unspoken agreement of a ship's crew who had once been lost at sea and had found one another again. This was the way the first part of the war unfolded, not in spectacle alone, but in slow labor, in compassionate decisions, and in a steady hand, guiding new orders into place. And even as victory came within reach, the gods knew the future would require tending, not domination, and they prepared themselves for the careful work of building from what had been broken. The final clash and the dawn of a new order. The 10th year of the war rose quietly, as though even time itself had grown tired of watching gods and titans collide like seasons struggling for dominion. By then the land had learned to whisper in a different voice, reshaped by storms, by deep quakes, and by the passing of beings whose steps changed the paths of rivers and the contours of mountains. The gods had changed too, growing steadier, wiser, tempered like metal, worked again and again under patient hands. They no longer fought like newly freed children. They fought like guardians of the future. The Titans, once towering symbols of unbroken rule, had grown weary as well, their strength fading like old stars dimming in a sky that belonged now to younger, rising lights. Kronos sat upon his high stone throne, the weight of prophecy finally beginning to settle heavily across his shoulders. He felt the fraying of old power, the slow slipping of worlds he once commanded with a single gesture. For 9 years, he had pushed back against his children with a relentless will, but time, the very element he embodied, now betrayed him. The Olympians gathered once more at their mountain stronghold, carved by struggle and bound by the presence of their allies. Zeus looked over the battlefield below and felt the storm within him, responding to the shape of the coming end. Lightning curled softly around his arms, the quiet language of the sky speaking to him in pulses of electric calm. Poseidon stood beside him, the trident held loosely in his hand, its glow reflecting the distant shimmer of seas that had been stirred again and again by the conflict. Hades remained just behind them, the helm of invisibility resting lightly upon his head, shifting faint shadows along the ground like gentle ripples of night. The Cyclopes stood ready with freshly forged weapons and tools, their great hammers resting like sleeping thunder against the earth. The Hecatoncheires stretched their many arms, moving with slow, steady motions that resembled the opening of vast stone flowers. Hera joined Zeus at the cliff's edge, her presence firm as the spine of a mountain, her gaze sharp with foresight. Demeter let her fingers trail through the torn soil, whispering encouragement to the seeds that would one day rise through the scars of battle. Hestia carried a small flame cupped between her palms, its warmth quiet but implacable, a reminder that even in war, the heart could still glow gently. Below them, the Titans gathered for what all of them sensed was the final confrontation. Their figures were vast, wrapped in ancient strength, forged from a time before gentleness had a place in the world. Oceanus, Iapetus, Hyperion, and the others stepped forward, their faces carved by age and fatigue, their eyes holding both fury and resignation. Kronos stood at their center, tall and imposing, the sickle that had once claimed the throne of the heavens gleaming faintly at his side. Though he stood ready for battle, there was something in the set of his shoulders, a slowness, a heaviness that betrayed the truth. He refused to speak aloud. The world no longer belonged to him. The world had outgrown him. Zeus descended from the cliff with his siblings at his side, the Olympians walking with a calm steadiness that surprised even the Titans. There were no war cries, no wild declarations, only the quiet certainty of purpose, a purpose shaped by years of struggle and tempered by grief, effort, and the slow work of learning to rule. Kronos' voice rolled across the landscape like a distant storm. "You come for the throne," he said. Zeus shook his head gently. "We come for balance," he answered, "for a world that does not serve fear." Kronos lifted his chin, the old pride flickering for one last moment. "Then take it," he growled, "if you believe yourselves worthy." And then the final war began. The sky opened first, a slow unfurling of cloud and light that responded to Zeus' steady call. Lightning arcs through the heavens, not wild but guided, a flowing script of silver fire. It struck the Titans with measured precision, unraveling ancient strengths inherited from the first shaping of the cosmos. Poseidon stepped forward, and the ground trembled in answer, steady waves of force rippling outward from his trident. The sea rose on the horizon, not in violent wrath, but in towering swells that moved with solemn power. Water rolled across the land like smoothly drawn curtains, shifting Titans' footing, pulling them toward places where the Hecatoncheires waited. Hades vanished into shadows, slipping between rifts and cracks, unseen as he passed behind Titan lines to snap their formations from within. He moved like a whisper of inevitability, unmaking strategies before they fully formed. The Cyclopes hurled boulders that crashed like slow thunder, reshaping the battlefield with every impact. The Hecatoncheires lifted whole pieces of earth and redirected them, building walls, creating routes of escape, and blocking Titan advances. Yet still, the Titans fought with the ferocity of a fading storm, refusing to die quietly. Hyperion unleashed waves of blinding light that scorched the land. Iapetus swung massive weapons of stone that split valleys and tore scars into the plains. Oceanus summoned ancient waters that surged upward in towering columns, colliding with Poseidon's waves in a meeting of old sea and new sea. The collision was not angry, but monumental, two eras speaking to each other in the language of tides. Poseidon closed his eyes for a moment, listening to the deep rumble beneath their clash. Then he guided the waters gently aside, redirecting Oceanus' power until it dissolved into calm spray that fell like gentle rain upon the battlefield. Hera moved through the fray with unbroken composure, her presence steadying allies and weakening the resolve of Titans who had once stood unshakable. Demeter protected the wounded, coaxing the earth to shield those who fell, whispering life back into those whose breaths faltered. Hestia lit safe havens amid the chaos, her flames rising in warm circles that offered rest for moments between the long waves of combat. And so the battle stretched, vast and slow, unfolding like a storm measured not in hours but in seasons. Years passed, in ways the world remembered deeply. There were winters when the sky grew so quiet that birds dared to fly again near the edges of the battlefield. There were summers when the ground grew warm and flowers pushed their way through cracks left by fallen Titans. And there were nights when Poseidon stood at the shore, feeling the sea meet him with a tender pulse, telling him that the world was ready for something gentler. By the end of the 10th year, the Titan's strength had thinned like embers cooling in a long-burning fire. Kronos fought last of all. His blows still carried the weight of ancient terror, but they fell with slow heaviness, like echoes of a power that no longer belonged to this age. Zeus approached him, with lightning circling his form like a crown of moving light. Poseidon flanked him, trident glowing with the steady power of rising tides. Hades emerged from the shadows, silent, resolute, carrying the weight of night with him. The three brothers paused before Kronos, not with hatred, but with calm inevitability. Kronos looked at each of them, and for the first time, his eyes carried a quiet acknowledgement. The world had changed. The throne had moved beyond him. He swung his sickle one last time, but Zeus raised the lightning bolt, deflecting the strike with a soft, resounding crack. Poseidon stepped forward, driving the trident into the earth, sending a deep wave of force that unsteadied the last Titan's strongholds. Hades placed his hand upon Kronos' chest, letting the helm's shadow seep into the Titan's form. Together, they brought him down not with rage, but with the solemnity of suns laying to rest the age that had borne them. Kronos fell to his knees, exhausted. Zeus lowered his hand. "You will not be destroyed," he said softly, "but you will no longer rule." Hades opened a passage into the deep world, a realm calm and silent, where Kronos could no longer harm nor be harmed. Kronos entered without protest, the weight of ages slipping from his shoulders as he vanished into the quiet. The battlefield exhaled, the wind softened, the sky brightened. Poseidon lifted his trident, and the sea responded with a long, gentle breath, sending waves rolling softly toward new shores. Zeus raised his lightning bolt, and the clouds parted with a quiet glow of clear, open blue. Hades lowered his helm, shadows retreating peacefully into the earth. The Titans surrendered, bowing their ancient heads as the new order settled over the world like a sunrise touching the edges of night. The Cyclopes knelt, their voices rumbling with reverence. The Hecatoncheires folded their many arms in solemn respect, and the Olympians stood together, not as conquerors, but as caretakers of a world ready for a softer age. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon took the sea, Hades took the underworld, and the world, for the first time, felt balanced. For the first time, the winds blew not with fear, but with possibility. For the first time, the sea rolled not with wrath, but with purpose. For the first time, the earth carried not the tremors of tyranny, but the steady heartbeat of a new era. And so the war ended, not with deafening triumph, but with quiet, measured peace. A gentle dawn rising over a world newly born, a world ready for stories yet to come, a world shaped not by titans but by the calm, patient hands of gods. The battlefield lay quiet now, as if the world itself had exhaled after a long, weighty dream. Dust settled slowly over cracked stone, catching the new light like scattered stars. The wounds of earth and sea were visible, but softened at the edges by a gentle hush. The Cyclopes moved through the plain with heavy, careful steps, collecting their tools and laying them down like offerings to a future that would need mending. The Hecatoncheires folded dozens of great arms and let them rest upon the ground, each limb a slow, patient presence that steadied the trembling soil. The gods did not cheer, for their voices were tired, and there was a sacredness to silence after so much noise. They walked among the marks of the war as one might walk through a room where an old family dispute had finally been resolved, touching, remembering, tending. Zeus stood looking out toward the open sky, feeling the clean weight of lightning, tucked like a quiet animal within his hand. He did not raise it. He only listened to its soft hum and felt how it echoed the pulse of the clouds. Poseidon wandered toward the sea line, though the coast itself had altered its shape in the years of conflict, and the waves now lapped in unfamiliar rhythms. He knelt and let his fingers trail in the foam, tasting salt and 1,000 small changes that the war had written into the water. Hades walked slowly among the fallen, speaking softly to those lost in ways that did not startle the living, guiding their memory into respectful places of rest. Hera moved with a steadiness that felt like a promise, smoothing lines of cloth and smoothing furrows in the land with her quiet will. Demeter bent to whisper to the soil where the life had been torn, coaxing small green things to peek through the scarred ground as if to remind the world that life returns in time. Hestia, with a single, patient flame cradled in her palms, offered warmth to those who shivered and lit small hearths where shelters could be made. There was no victor's song, only the soft litany of repair stones stacked again, young trees planted, tents raised where homes had once been. Mortals watched from safe distances, faces lined with relief and sorrow, their voices low and respectful, as if they had witnessed a season that had been too long. Some priests came forward with simple rites, pouring cups of wine and setting small tokens upon the ground to honor the ancient forces that had fallen and the new guardians that remained. The sea rolled in and out, a steady, indifferent heartbeat that now felt less like a threat and more like a force to be reckoned with gently. Poseidon listened to that heartbeat as one listens to a beloved's, breathing beside them in the dark, close, intimate, and full of unspoken history. He thought of the deep places he had never walked, and the creatures that had watched the war from caverns and currents, and he felt bound to them in a new way. He did not yet take the sea as a possession, because power is not possession so much as promise, and promise requires care. The brothers and sisters gathered again on the ridge where the plains met mountains, and in that circle they felt how the world had shifted under their feet in more than topography. There was a new room in the sky, a hollow in the earth that breathed differently, and a deep pulse beneath the waves that answered when one listened closely. They did not speak of crowns or thrones that evening, for the language of dominion seemed crude after such collective travail. Instead, they shared stories in low tones, telling of small acts of mercy and of lives cradled back from the brink by strangers in the fray. Zeus recounted a single night when lightning guided a lost caravan through a ravine, and the caravan's leader later knelt and carved a small shrine in gratitude. Poseidon remembered a sailor who had thrown a cup of fresh water into a storm and watched, breathless, as a calmer wave followed. Hades spoke of a girl who had sewn a ribbon for a grieving father and, in doing so, knitted together the courage for him to stand again. These were not grand myths to boast of glory. They were quiet stitches that would mend a frayed tapestry. As twilight fell, the sky bent into many soft shades, and the gods lit gentle torches that did not blaze but hummed like friendly embers. They sat together, their silhouettes calm against the fading light, and felt for the first time in a long while the smallness of their own separate hurts in the scale of creation. A conversation began, slow and careful, about what the world needed now that the war's thunder had ceased. Not what the gods might claim, but what the people, the lands, the seas, and the hidden places required to breathe freely again. Demeter spoke of seeds and seasons, and the need for farmers to relearn their fields where new gullies had formed. Hestia suggested safe places for weary travelers and shelters where families could stitch back the frayed edges of their days. Hera considered laws and oaths, and how to hold leaders to promises without smothering the fragile new order. Hades reminded them steadily that death is not an enemy to be kept at bay in stories, but a reality that must be met with rituals and respect, that every loss needed recognition and gentle tending. Zeus listened and then, with the blunt tenderness of a leader who had felt both loss and rescue, asked softly what the children would need when they were born into this new world. Poseidon, whose hands still smelled faintly of foam, answered with a thought like a current. They will need roads, both over and across water, a way to travel that does not tie their lives to fear. The others nodded, understanding that the sea must become a pathway as much as a powerful neighbor. It was decided that the world would be divided not as an argument over ownership but as an arrangement of stewardship. 3 realms, equal in their dignity, each with its own care and calling. They would draw lots, not to escape responsibility, but to honor the impartial nature of fate and the shared need for boundaries, so that each could learn the shape of their duty. The lot was cast in a simple bowl of polished stone, with no flourish and little ceremony, for ceremony felt like a mockery where the wounds were still raw. Zeus, with light in his palm, drew first, and the sky answered in a hush of wind that seemed to carry the scent of mountains and high places. Hades, with shadows coiling gently around his fingers, took the second, and the earth listened like a patient old animal settling down. Poseidon, with a heart tuned now to surf and deep currents, took the last, and the sea rolled forward as if to say, "Then let it be so." When the lots were revealed, there was a quiet among them where some stories say Poseidon blinked in a way that suggested a pause. A small, private disquiet, because the sea is a realm of depths and secrets, and its stewardship is not a simple throne to sit upon. Some versions of the tale tell of him wondering whether a life spent beneath waves and wind would be lonelier than ruling bright courts on high. But the pause was almost invisible, like a breath held before it is released, and then Poseidon smiled in the way of someone embracing a long journey he had already felt calling in his bones. He did not take sea as a punishment, though some tales will whisper that he was tempted to do so. Instead, he felt the sea's vastness as responsibility, and as a promise entwined. For to guard the ocean is to guard the commerce of peoples, the lifelines of islands, and the moods of the world itself. The gods spoke into the night of how each realm would be tended, not governed as subjects but watched over as kin. Zeus would send rain and clear skies. He would be the voice who taught winds to find fair bearings. Hades would set the rules of the deep places, a keeper of thresholds, a wise and measured hand for endings, and the balance of the unseen. Poseidon would learn the names of currents and the sounds of whale song. He would become a listener to mariners, and a gentle terror when the sea's laws were broken. They agreed also that no realm would be solitary. The borders would be places of meeting. Ports and river mouths, mountain passes, and cavern mouths would be where their responsibilities overlapped, and where they would speak and judge together when the balance wavered. In the hush that followed their decisions, a fragile peace settled over the land like a soft blanket. The stars came out one by one, patient and indifferent, as if to witness the small human choices that shaped history. Poseidon walked alone to a high cliff that overlooked the changed coastline, and felt the trident press lightly against his palm, a tool and a vow folded into one. Beneath him, the sea chinned into the world in new curves, making bays and inlets where sailors might one day find refuge. He thought of the fishermen who had watched the horizon with trembling hearts during the war and felt for them a fierce, quiet duty. If the sea could be merciless, it could also be merciful, and this would be the heart of his stewardship. He did not yet sing the songs of kingship, for kingship, he had learned, required more listening than speaking. As dawn bent the edge of the world pale and blue, the gods returned to their small duties, visiting cities, setting small temples where people needed place to pray, teaching crafts to rebuild what had been shattered. The world would not forget the Titans, but it would learn to live with memory as a teacher rather than a chain. And Poseidon, standing on the salt-scraped rocks, felt in the hush of that early morning both the loneliness and the possibility of his new domain, and he resolved quietly to learn every sound the sea could make, the choosing of realms and the sea's quiet claim. The morning after the lots were drawn felt strangely gentle, as if the world wished to ease the gods into their new responsibilities with a soft embrace. Mist curled around the mountains like pale ribbons, drifting over the ridges and folds of the land, as though offering a final blessing before the realms shifted forever. The great bowl where fate had spoken remained at the center of the gathering, its polished stone reflecting the faintest glimmer of the newborn sun. Zeus approached it first, placing his hand over the swirling patterns that still seemed to hold echoes of lightning. He did not lift his head in triumph. He simply breathed deeply and felt the vastness of the sky settle into him, like a mantle of wind and light. Hades stepped next, fingers brushing the cool surface that whispered of hidden caverns and unending corridors below the earth. The helm of shadows sat gently on his brow, its dark sheen blending with the quiet weight of his chosen realm. Poseidon remained still for a moment longer, watching the surface of the bowl shimmer, with faint blue reflections that moved like small waves. He let the silence stretch, letting himself feel the pull of deep places calling to him, steady and patient. Then he stepped forward and laid his hand over the stone. A soft tremor ran through the ground beneath his feet, as though the sea itself had reached up through the earth to greet him. No one spoke. The moment held a sacredness that required only breath, not words. Zeus raised his hand to the sky, acknowledging his realm with a quiet nod. The wind gathered gently around him, lifting small curls of dust and carrying them upward in a spiral of light. Hades lowered his gaze, accepting the underworld with solemn calm. The shadows deepened slightly around him, not in menace but in recognition, as though they had been waiting for the right steward. Poseidon looked toward the distant horizon, where the sea shimmered faintly beneath the morning sun. The first light touched the water like a soft hand waking someone from a long sleep. He felt something inside him open wide, ancient, and filled with promise, and perhaps with longing too. He stepped closer to the cliff's edge, the trident resting lightly in his hand, and listened. The ocean answered in a voice only he could truly hear. It was not a roar or a crash. It was a whisper, a low, endless hum that seemed to come from every corner of the earth. It felt familiar, though he had never ruled it before. It felt like home he had always been walking toward without knowing. Yet it also felt vast, unpredictable, full of secrets hidden even from gods. He understood, in a soft breath, why mortals feared the sea. It could take without warning. It could rise in silence and swallow ships whole. It could carry storms across miles of open water and arrive at a city's doorstep with no voice to warn of its coming. But it also gave. It gave food, routes for trade, pathways for explorers, and the shimmering beauty of moonlight on quiet waves. It offered life and danger in equal measure, a balance that resonated with the deep quiet inside him. For a moment, Poseidon wondered if this duality was a burden or a gift. But the sea whispered again, and in that whisper he sensed acceptance, not demand. It did not require him to conquer it. It asked only that he listen. Zeus approached him and placed a firm, steady hand on his shoulder. "You were meant for this," he said softly. Poseidon did not answer right away. He let the wind move across his face, carrying the faint scent of brine. "I will learn its language," he murmured, "and I will care for those who live by it." Hades came to stand on his other side, the shadows around him softened by the rising sun. "The sea will change you," he said quietly, "as the underworld will change me." Poseidon nodded. "It already has." Behind them, the Cyclopes and the Hecatonchires gathered, watching the gods with solemn respect. The giants understood better than most what it meant to take on stewardship of powers larger than oneself. They bowed their heads not to kings, but to caretakers of the world's fragile balance. Hera stepped forward, her presence calm and commanding. "Let us bless the realms," she said softly, "and bind them with a cord." The gods formed a circle, hands resting lightly upon their chosen symbols. Zeus held his lightning. Hades rested his hand upon the helm. Poseidon gripped the trident, feeling its cool weight resonate with the distant sea. Hestia stepped into the center of the circle, flame cupped gently between her palms. Her light flickered softly, casting warm gold across their faces. "This flame," she whispered, "belongs to all realms. It will burn on mountain tops. It will glow in underworld halls. And it will shine upon ships seeking safe shore." She lowered the flame to the earth. It touched the ground with a soft sound, then split into 3 gentle trails of light. One path rose upward like a ribbon of fire and vanished into the sky. The second slipped downward into the cracks of the earth, sinking into unseen depths. The third moved along the ground toward the sea, drifting until it disappeared over the cliff's edge. A warmth settled over the gods, a warmth that felt not like a blessing handed down, but like a decision made together. The realms were separate, but they were bound, not divided hearts, but 3 voices of one world. Poseidon turned again toward the sea. Its surface caught the sun in soft shards, scattering light like broken glass that reformed itself with every wave. He walked slowly down the sloping rock path toward the shore, the others watching him with quiet understanding. When he reached the water's edge, he knelt and touched the sea with the tip of the trident. A soft ring of ripples spread outward, clear, calm, deliberate. The ocean responded, not with thunder, not with roaring surf, but with a single long wave that rolled forward and paused at his feet, as if bending in acknowledgement. The breath he released was deep, steady, and full of something gentle: acceptance, responsibility, belonging. Behind him, the gods began to move toward their new roles, the world reorganizing itself under their quiet guidance. Zeus ascended toward the mountains and clouds, the wind circling him with affectionate murmurs. Hades walked toward a cavern entrance where the shadows parted like curtains welcoming him home. Poseidon remained on the shore a moment longer, letting the waves touch his ankles in greeting. He could feel the currents whispering through the depths. He could sense the paths of fish, the movements of tides, the hidden trenches where ancient beings slept. Each whisper felt like a story waiting to be heard. Each wave felt like a promise, and as the sea curled softly around him, he understood why the Greeks later saw the ocean as both giver and taker. It could cradle a city's fortunes. It could sink fleets in a moment of anger. It could open the world or close it. It was life and danger intertwined. It was beauty carrying teeth. It was a god in its own right. And now, it was his realm. He rose slowly, letting the trident catch the light of early morning. Behind him, the sea breathed. Ahead of him, the world waited. The lines between realms had been drawn, not as walls, but as pathways, and the story moved gently forward toward its next chapter: the awakening of Poseidon's nature, the shaping of storms, and the first whispers of the sea's true power, the gentle face of the deep. The morning after the realms were divided, Poseidon stood alone at the water's edge, letting the rising tide curl softly around his ankles like a quiet greeting. The sea stretched before him in a smooth, unbroken plain of silver, calm as a sleeping giant, warm with the touch of dawn. Every wave that reached him carried a whisper, gentle, unhurried, patient, like a heartbeat slowed by centuries of breathing. He listened to those whispers as though they were the first words he had ever heard. They were soft, slow, light, as a hand resting on his shoulder. In their sound, he felt the side of the sea that mortals prayed to with hope rather than fear. The side that nurtured, the side that fed, the side that sailors saw when the winds were soft and the sky a pale, unbroken blue. Poseidon knelt, and the tide rose again to meet him, wrapping around his hands with a caress, so gentle it felt almost human. He opened his fingers as though offering something unseen, and the sea responded by curling upward in shimmering foam. In that silent exchange he felt the warmth of companionship, the bond between God and domain forming like a soft tide drawing close to shore. He understood then that this realm was not merely vast. It was alive. It watched. It remembered. It cared. Beneath the surface, whole worlds moved in silent choreography, shoals of fish gliding like drifting stars, seagrass swaying with the slow grace of ancient dancers. Currents wandered through the deep like wandering dreams, carrying warmth, food, and stories from one distant shore to another. Poseidon could feel it all, every pulse, every drift, every soft exhale of the ocean floor. He felt the weight of that responsibility settle onto him like a cloak made of water and moonlight. He knew then why the Greeks would one day kneel at the shore and whisper his name with admiration. They saw the sea as a giver of life, a provider of fish that fed families through long winters, a path for ships that carried olives, wine, and stories between islands, a cradle where new land rose from the deep, shaped by the sea's slow, patient hands. Poseidon walked along the shoreline, the trident tapping lightly against rock and shell, each sound absorbed gently by the vastness around him. The sea was listening, not with fear, not with obedience, but with a kind of ancient respect, the respect of something old recognizing something eternal. He paused where the waves grew shallow and warm, and small fish swam around his ankles with fearless curiosity. They darted between his feet, tracing little trails of light beneath the surface like sparks in a sleeping fire. Poseidon smiled softly, feeling a warmth he had not expected, a tenderness that surprised him. In the first moments of ruling the sea, he discovered its gentlest truth. It welcomed, it fed, it sheltered, it carried fragile wooden boats on its back with the devotion of a parent. It laid routes across its surface like invitations, stretching pathways for mortals to explore and connect. It hid pearls in its depths, like small promises waiting to be found. Sometimes it even lulled children to sleep with its endless hush, the soft rocking that had soothed countless cradles. Poseidon felt that softness settling inside him too, a quietness he had never known, a calm stronger than any storm he would one day command. He reached his hand into the sea again, and lifted a small pool of water toward the sky. Sunlight caught in it, scattering into 1,000 tiny sparks that shimmered before falling back to the surf. The sea seemed to sigh in contentment, the sound like silk sliding gently across stone. He walked deeper until the water rose to his waist, and the ocean wrapped around him with steady, gentle pressure. It held him, not with force, but with embrace. It was a moment of trust, a moment of recognition, a moment that revealed why the sea had always been a source of comfort for those who approached it with humility. Poseidon closed his eyes and felt the warm surface water brush against his chest in slow, rising motions. He let the tide sway him, the way it had swayed countless sailors through calm nights. Every soft movement carried with it a story. Stories of fishermen praying for good catch, mothers waiting for boats to return, children building small sand temples to ask for safe voyages. He saw them all, in the gentle laps of the waves. He felt their hopes brushing against him as lightly as foam touching shore. In this moment he understood that the sea had two voices. One voice that whispered warmth, abundance, and peace, and this was the voice he heard now, soft as a lullaby hummed beneath the moon, a calm so deep it seemed to echo through his bones. He knew this would be the side of himself mortals would adore, the side that granted fair winds to merchants, the side that brought home sons who had been gone too long, the side that lifted storms away from fragile coastlines, the side that filled nets, the side that dazzled the sky with reflections of gold at dawn. Poseidon breathed deeply, allowing the smell of salt and morning sun to fill him. The gentle waves pressed against him, each one reminding him of the sea's oldest truth, that, despite its vastness, it cared, that despite its depth, it held room for life, that, despite its power, it never stopped offering. He whispered into the wind, not speaking to any god or mortal, but to the sea itself. "I will protect your calm," he murmured, "and your gifts, and those who travel on your back." The ocean responded by lifting a single wave that rose around him like a soft embrace, then fell with a slow, peaceful sigh. He smiled again, the expression faint and quiet, like something for the sea alone to witness. Then he stepped back toward the shore, each movement slow, as if reluctant to leave the comfort of the water's gentle touch. But the sound of the waves followed him, every crest and fall echoing in the low hum that had begun to settle inside him, the hum of belonging, the hum of responsibility, the hum of a god who had discovered the gentleness in his own nature. And as he walked along the wet sand that glowed faintly beneath the early sun, Poseidon carried with him the certainty that the sea had chosen him just as much as he had chosen it. This was the sea's quiet face, its calm breath, its steady heart, the side of the ocean that fed the world, and the side of Poseidon that mortals would call upon with gratitude rather than fear. It was only one face of the deep, but it was the first one he learned, and soon, the second face, the darker, wilder voice of the sea, would rise to meet him, the storm beneath the calm. For many days, Poseidon walked the shores and swam through gentle currents, learning the soft voice of the sea, the voice that lulled sailors and carried gifts to humble hands. But the sea is never only calm. Its kindness is only half of its truth. The other half slept beneath the surface, heavy, restless, patient in its waiting. And slowly, that deeper voice began to stir. The shift came not with thunder, but with silence. A silence so sudden and complete that even the gulls seemed to hold their breath. Poseidon stood knee-deep in water, feeling the sea around him still like a heart skipping a beat. Then came the low rumble, soft, distant, deep as the world's first memory. The ocean floor moved beneath him, almost imperceptibly. Just a slight shiver, like a warning sent through stone and bone. He inhaled gently, sensing something vast turning far below. a sleeping power turning in its bed. The tremor passed, but the quiet did not. He walked back toward the shallows, and the trident hummed in his hand, a subtle, uneasy vibration. It felt like a heartbeat growing unsteady. He knew then that he must witness the other face of his realm, the one mortals feared, the one poets whispered of in trembling lines, the one sailors prayed to appease. Night fell, the moon rose, pale and thin, casting long silver lines across the water, and the sea rose with it, not with calm, not with invitation, but with unrest. Waves lifted, without pattern, chasing each other in erratic rhythms. Winds moved in circles, spiraling above the surface like hands trying to grasp something just out of reach. Poseidon stepped forward, letting the first cold spray hit his chest. He closed his eyes, and he felt it. The second voice of the sea. This voice was not gentle, it was grief, old grief, raw and vast. It was the cry of the earth shifting, the anger of tides trapped too long, the frustration of storms with nowhere to go, the loneliness of the deep. It rose inside him like a cold tide, a chill sweeping through his ribs and settling behind his sternum. He opened his eyes as clouds gathered above him, thick and dark as bruises forming on the sky. Lightning flickered faintly inside them, reflecting the sea's unease. He lifted the trident, and the sea answered. A wave rose slow, enormous, a wall of moving night. Its shadow swallowed the moonlight as it towered over him. Poseidon did not flinch. He watched, quiet and still, as it hovered, trembling, as if awaiting his command. He placed the trident into the surf. The wave collapsed into itself, sending a roar that rolled across the entire coastline. He stood unmoved as the water surged around him, feeling the sheer, overwhelming power that the sea had kept hidden beneath its quiet face. This too is your nature, Poseidon whispered to the deep. The sea's answer was a howl of wind that twisted around him, pulling at his hair and robes like claws made of air. The storm broke, but not in a sudden frenzy. It unfurled slowly, like a powerful creature stretching after a long sleep. Thunder grumbled overhead. Clouds swirled into boiling shapes. Rain began in heavy drops that struck the surface like thrown stones. Waves rolled in tighter patterns, each one larger than the last, building themselves into a rising heartbeat of fury. Poseidon felt heat bloom inside his chest, an anger that was not entirely his own. The sea's anger, man's trespass, broken oaths, ships that sailed without offerings, names shouted in arrogance, nets cast greedily, prayers forgotten. For the sea remembered every insult, every wound, every careless act that treated it as a servant instead of a force. Poseidon felt that memory burn in him. He did not resist it. He let it fill him, cold and sharp, until the storm's fury mirrored his own. The trident glowed with a deep, trembling blue. The sea surged. A whip of wind lashed across the surface, sending spouts of water spiraling into the sky. The horizon disappeared behind walls of rain. The world became the storm. Poseidon stepped deeper, the waves crashing against his body without moving him. He walked forward as if the ocean parted for him. But it did not part, it grew around him. He was its center, its pulse, its eye. Thunder cracked above him, splitting the sky with a jagged, ghostly light. For a heartbeat, the entire sea flashed white-blue, revealing swirling shapes beneath the surface, spirits of storm, shadows of old sea beasts, glimmers of ancient trenches. Poseidon felt a single thought forming inside the churning water. It was not a word, it was emotion. Wrath. Lonely, ancient wrath. A force older than Olympus, older than Titans, older than the first spark of life. He understood now why mortals feared his name, why sailors whispered it with trembling lips, why cities built temples at cliff edges to appease him. Because the sea could destroy without warning. It could swallow boats whole. It could rise in black walls that crushed harbors. It could shake the earth itself, sending jagged cracks across valleys and hills. For Poseidon was not only god of the sea, he was the earth shaker, the tamer of storms, the wrath beneath the waves. He drove the trident downward into the surface. The sea split around it like a wounded beast, sending a shockwave through the deep. Far beneath, the earth groaned in reply. Rocks shifted, ridges cracked. A deep quake rolled outward like a sigh of anger echoing through stone. Poseidon felt the tremor rise through his legs, into his spine, into his skull. This was not gentle. This was not nurturing. This was destruction held barely in check. This was the face of the sea that punished arrogance, tested sailors, and claimed what mortals thought they owned. The storm roared louder. Lightning bled across the sky. Waves rose higher, each one carrying the dark glow of fury. Poseidon raised the trident again. And slowly, slowly, he lowered his hand. The storm hesitated. The sea paused. The wind curled inward, like an animal retreating from the edge of a cliff. Then everything began to settle. Rain softened. Thunder faded into distant murmurs. Waves pressed downward, smoothing their own peaks. Clouds dissolved like bruises healing. The sea sighed, as if releasing tension held too long. Poseidon felt the anger ebb from his chest, leaving behind a strange, sacred quiet. He looked upon the waters, now calm once more, and understood the full truth of his nature. He was not merely the giver or the taker, not merely the calm or the storm, not merely life or death. He was the balance between them, the sea's memory, its protector, its vengeance, its kindness, and its temper, wild, unpredictable, unbound by the soft rules that governed land or sky. He exhaled slowly, letting the last threads of fury slip away. The sea mirrored him, settling into stillness, so gentle it seemed impossible that a storm had existed moments earlier. On the distant horizon, the first pale stripe of dawn appeared, thin, quiet, almost embarrassed to intrude upon such intensity. Poseidon watched it rise, and he realized something soft beneath all the chaos. Even the storm had purpose. Even anger, when understood, could protect. Even fury, when guided, could restore. This was the second face of the sea, its darker breath, its fierce heart, the side of Poseidon that mortals feared yet prayed to in desperation. He turned toward the shore, water slipping from him like melted shadow. The trident dimmed, returning to soft blue calm, and the sea followed him, wave by wave, like a beast soothed after roaring. In this duality he found himself the gentle tide and the breaking storm, and both were true. the protector in the storm. When the storm faded and the sea returned to its calm pulse, Poseidon remained standing in the shallow surf, listening to the quiet left behind. The silence after fury held a softness, almost tender, a fragile lull like a wounded creature resting in the arms of its master. He breathed slowly, letting the gentle waves brush against him in small, apologetic touches. The ocean's anger had passed, but its memory lingered. And in that memory, Poseidon sensed something deeper, a longing to be understood. For mortals saw only the surface. They saw calm seas on one day and storms on the next, and they called him fickle, unpredictable, dangerous. They whispered about his temper, his grudges, his punishments. They knelt fearfully at cliffside altars after losing ships, begging him for mercy he had not withheld, but which the ocean's own nature had demanded. And Poseidon, standing amid the murmurs of waves, knew that mortals were not wrong to fear him, but they did not know the whole story, because beneath every storm was purpose, beneath every quake was meaning, and beneath every surge of wrath was a god who watched over them more carefully than they realized. He walked along the shoreline, passing driftwood, shells, and bits of seaweed left like offerings from the depths. Each one carried a tiny story, where it had traveled, what currents had shaped it, what storms had thrown it upon the sand. He bent down and picked up a small, pale shell. It hummed faintly in his hand, with the memory of distant waters. He closed his fingers around it, feeling its softness, and then placed it gently back upon the sand. The sea answered, with a soft wave that touched his feet. It was then he realized the truth the sea had been trying to show him. He was its wrath, yes, but he was also its guardian. The protectiveness of the sea ran deep, hidden beneath its shifting moods. It watched over shores. It guided migrations. It carried sailors across wide distances on its steady back, granting them safe passage when their hearts were humble. It shielded islands from invaders with storms placed precisely where danger approached. It delivered food to starving villages in the form of sudden, miraculous schools of fish. Poseidon felt these acts inside himself, as though they were reflections in a mirror. He could be the storm, but he could also be the shield. He could break ships, but he could also carry them home. He could sink arrogant kings, but he could spare children floating on driftwood, pushed gently to shore by compassionate currents. Mortals spoke of his temper, but not of his mercy. They spoke of his grudges, but not of his loyalty. They spoke of his punishments, but not of his protection. And Poseidon, with the sea breathing quietly around him, understood how misunderstood a god could be. He walked farther, until the shore curved and revealed a small fishing village sleeping under the warm haze of dawn. Tiny boats were tied to worn wooden posts, rocking gently in the tide. Ropes hung from pegs, like strands of seaweed, drying in the sun. Fishermen slept on porches, nets piled beside them, as if waiting for another long day of work. Poseidon approached quietly, unseen, a presence woven into the early morning mist. He could hear their dreams in the faint hum beneath the air, dreams of bigger catches, safer voyages, tomorrow's meals, and children's laughter. He felt tenderness stir inside him, soft and deep as the ocean floor. He stretched out his hand. A gentle current rose from the sea, slipping across the sand, and gliding beneath the boats, lifting them just enough to ease their creaking ropes. The fishermen did not wake, but the sea's gift settled around them like a blessing. More fish would come today. Fewer storms would burden their journey. The tides themselves would offer guidance. Poseidon stepped back, letting the current fade. This was the part of himself mortals seldom witnessed, the guardian who listened to whispered prayers carried by the waves. And yet, he knew well his other truth. He held grudges. Long, deep grudges, like trenches in the ocean floor. For the sea never forgot. If a king broke an oath, sworn on salt water, Poseidon would remember. If a sailor mocked him, tossing offerings aside with disdain, Poseidon would hear the insult long after it had been spoken. When a city built walls that blocked the tide's natural course, or poisoned its waters out of greed, he held that memory like a stone in his chest. He did not forget. But even in his anger, justice not chaos guided him. His wrath was seldom random. It was answer, reaction, balance being restored. If a king's arrogance poisoned an entire shore, Poseidon would send storms to wash the land clean. If a fleet set sail to plunder peaceful islands, a sudden wave would rise just enough to scatter the ships and send them limping home. And if a despot claimed the sea belonged to him alone, Poseidon would remind him, with a quake beneath the palace floor, that no mortal ruled the ocean. Not truly, not ever. But for the humble, for the fisherman who prayed before casting nets, for the sailor who whispered thanks after surviving a storm, for the child who threw a single flower into the waves in hope or grief. Poseidon's heart softened like wet sand beneath a gentle tide. He watched over them, he carried them, he guided them home. This dual nature, the tenderness and the fury, made him one of the most deeply revered gods in the Greek world, because no one understood the sea without understanding its contradictions. It fed, but it destroyed. It welcomed, but it tested. It loved, but it demanded respect. And Poseidon embodied all of it. The sun climbed higher, warming the horizon with soft gold, and Poseidon turned away from the village, walking along the water's edge again. He felt the calm inside himself and the lingering heat of old fury, both moving through him like tides. He knew there would be storms again. He knew there would be moments of rage. He knew mortals would tell stories of his temper for generations. But he also knew that without him, the sea would be wild without reason. Storms would devour entire coasts without mercy. Earthquakes would shatter mountains without pause. Ships would drift blindly through endless currents. He was not the cause of chaos. He was the one who gave it meaning, balance, shape, purpose. And as he walked, the sea followed him faithfully, brushing against his ankles like an animal devoted to its keeper. He looked out over the horizon where the sky met the water in a long, silver line. In that line was possibility. In that line was destiny. In that line was the next chapter of his story, the shaping of sea creatures, the taming of horses, the forging of underwater palaces, and the first great tales mortals would tell about his deeds. Poseidon lifted the trident slightly. The sea shimmered in reply. He stepped forward, the trident and the first hoofprint. The sea breathed softly along the shore as Poseidon walked its edge, the trident resting lightly in his hand like an extension of his own pulse. The sun had just begun its slow climb, spilling pale gold across the waves, and each line of shimmering light wrapped itself around the three-pronged weapon in a gentle embrace. The trident gleamed with a quiet authority, its long shadow stretching over wet sand like a signature written by the sea itself. Poseidon paused and lifted the weapon slightly, letting its prongs catch the rising light. The metal hummed with deep resonance, the same resonance the Cyclopes had coaxed from the heart of the world when they forged it. He could feel the forge fire memory glowing within the weapon. Molten rock, ancient breath, the rhythm of giants, shaping destiny with mighty hands. To mortals, it would look like a weapon of simple purpose. But Poseidon knew it was far more. It was the key to the sea's language, its grammar, its breath, a conductor's baton for waves, a tuning fork for storms, and a scepter for the trembling earth beneath the ocean floor. He ran his fingers along its shaft, feeling its texture smooth like polished stone, but alive like something that remembered every tide. With just a thought, he could summon waves gentle enough to cradle a drifting boat, or powerful enough to lift an entire fleet into the sky. The trident could stir whirlpools as easily as it calmed them. It could split cliffs. It could soothe the ocean's tantrums or amplify them. It could call forth creatures from the unreachable deep with a single tap against the water's surface. He remembered the first time he struck the earth with it, after receiving the weapon, how the ground quivered like a drum awakened from sleep, how the tremor rolled outward in a long, low wave, how distant mountains shivered as if bowing to a new ruler. That day, he understood why mortals would fear the trident, because it answered him, fully, completely, without hesitation. The ground beneath the sea recognized his voice now, encoding his will into stone. The currents recognized his footsteps, the tides mirrored his breath, and the trident, silent and bright, reflected both sides of his nature, the calm tide and the rising storm. He lowered the weapon toward the water, and a single wave rose to meet it, curling like a hand reaching to touch a familiar friend. Sea foam gathered around the prongs, shimmering with flecks of light that pulsed like tiny stars. Poseidon whispered something soft, a wordless call, a tone shaped by instinct rather than language, and the wave bowed, flattening into a calm mirror. The trident hummed quietly, pleased. Behind him, the wind shifted, carrying the scent of wildflowers and fresh earth. Poseidon turned, sensing something else, a symbol not born from water but from land, from soil, from breath, from thunder of hooves that did not yet exist. The sound came faintly at first, like a heartbeat buried beneath miles of stone, a low, rhythmic drumming, a pulse that did not belong to waves. It grew clearer as he listened, steady, powerful, alive. Poseidon walked toward the dunes, the trident tapping lightly against stone, as if keeping time with the distant beat. There, beneath a soft curve of earth and grass, he found it a single ripple in the ground, shaped like no animal's step the world had yet seen. A hollow, a curve, a perfect circle pressed into the soil, a hoof print, the first. Poseidon knelt beside it, touching its edge with careful fingers. The earth responded with a warm thrum, like a proud animal leaning into his hand. He felt excitement stir beneath the surface, a spark of energy eager to burst free, a creature waiting to step into the world, muscles coiled in potential, breath held in anticipation. The sea behind him murmured, but the sound did not command him. Instead, it encouraged him, invited him, told him to listen, to learn the shape of his domain on land as well as water. Poseidon pressed the trident into the soil. A soft glow spread across the ground, running like liquid light through hidden channels beneath the earth. The dune trembled. A crack split through the surface, gentle and clean, and from it emerged the first horse. Its coat gleamed like morning light on water. Its mane flowed like river grass dancing in a current. Hooves shone like polished stone. Eyes burned with fierce intelligence and unbreakable spirit. But its breath was gentle, warm, steady, calm, the same paradox Poseidon carried within himself. The horse stepped forward, placing its hoof beside his foot. It lowered its head, not in submission, but in acknowledgement. Poseidon reached out, brushing his fingers through its mane. The moment he touched it, he felt their bond taking shape, a bond woven of wind, earth, and salt. The horse's heartbeat echoed the rhythm of distant waves. Its strength reminded him of surging tides. Its elegance mirrored the long arc of a rising swell. He realized then why the horse belonged to the sea. They were not creatures of water, but creatures of movement, of momentum, of unstoppable power that could turn gentle or wild in a breath. A horse could run like a rolling tide. A horse could rage like a storm breaking. A horse could carry warriors across fields, the same way currents carried ships across oceans. It was the sea in another form, a form that walked on land, a form that embodied freedom. Poseidon placed the trident upright beside him. The horse touched the metal with its muzzle, and light rippled outward from the contact. The waves behind them responded, rising in soft arcs. The earth beneath them responded, settling with a warm sigh. The horse neighed softly, a sound that echoed like wind traveling across an open plain. Poseidon smiled a rare smile, gentle and unguarded. "You are my first gift to the land," he whispered, "and the land will remember you." The horse reared, hooves cutting slow arcs through the air that glimmered with the light of early morning. When it landed, the ground trembled slightly, not in anger, but in greeting. And somewhere in the deep places, other hoofbeats began to pulse in answer. Dozens, hundreds, a whole race waiting to be born. Poseidon raised the trident, letting its prongs shine with a quiet, steady radiance. The horse bowed one final time and galloped across the dunes, leaving swirling patterns in its wake, patterns the wind protected and the sand preserved. Poseidon watched until it disappeared into the horizon, its silhouette blending with the shifting gold of dawn. He knew then that this symbol would outlive epochs. Mortals would carve its shape on temple walls. Kings would claim descent from its power, and horses would become companions of sailors, warriors, farmers, and wanderers. A symbol of freedom, of strength, of divine favor, and always it would be tied to him, to the god who had carved the first hoofprint into the world. Poseidon turned back toward the sea. The waves lifted again in welcome. The trident hummed with gentle power, and he walked forward, carrying with him the memory of both symbols, the weapon that commanded the elements, and the creature that carried the soul of the sea upon the land. The calm and the wild, the deep and the earth, the god and his reflection. The chapter of symbols had only begun, and beneath the waves, a gentler emblem waited, a creature that would guide sailors home with songs sweeter than any storm. The dolphin, the messenger of peace, was ready to rise. the dolphin, and the palace of quiet depths. When the horse's neigh faded into the soft distance of dunes and sunlight, the sea called to Poseidon again, this time with a gentler rhythm, lighter than foam, softer than breath. He turned back toward the waves and felt the water tug at his ankles, a playful pull, like a child's hand asking him to follow. The sea's mood had changed once more, shifting into something bright and curious. A small splash broke the surface ahead of him, then another. Circles rippled outward, shimmering under the morning light. A sleek shadow passed beneath the water, fast and smooth, leaving trails of silver where sunlight touched its skin. Poseidon waited, standing perfectly still. The water swelled lightly, and a dolphin rose from the depths with a joyful arc, droplets scattering like tiny jewels around its body. It landed with a soft splash and turned toward him, eyes bright with intelligence and warmth. There was no fear in its gaze, only trust, only welcome. The dolphin swam closer, weaving gentle circles around him, brushing against his legs with feather-light touches. Poseidon reached out, and the dolphin pressed its head into his palm, the gesture tender, almost affectionate. In this moment, he understood why mortals carved dolphins on the bows of their ships and painted them on their pottery with such care. Dolphins were not like the vast beasts of the deep. They were guides, companions, messengers of peace across the surface of the sea. When sailors were lost in fog, dolphins swam beside their ships, showing them the way home with soft whistles. When storms scattered fleets, dolphins gathered around debris, nudging survivors toward safe shores. When children played in shallow waters, dolphins watched from a distance, protectors with playful hearts. Poseidon watched as the dolphin dipped beneath the surface again and resurfaced with a graceful spin, its movement smooth as silk. The sea seemed to smile through its presence. This was the gentle soul of his domain, the one mortals trusted with their most vulnerable prayers. Poseidon raised his trident just slightly, and the dolphin leaped higher, tracing an arc against the sky that shimmered with droplets like thrown stars. He felt warmth bloom inside his chest, softer than the heat of battle, lighter than the gravity of storms. This creature was joy shaped into flesh, hope with fins, a reminder that even the deepest sea carried laughter. He whispered to the dolphin, a soundless note carried by the waves, and the dolphin answered with a high, playful whistle, circling him once, before gliding toward the deeper blue. Poseidon followed. The water rose to his waist, then to his chest, then over his head. The sea embraced him fully, cool and bright, pulling him into its vast, quiet world. Light filtered through the water in long columns, illuminating drifting sand, waving fronds of seaweed, and schools of small fish that sparkled like living constellations. The dolphin swam ahead, moving in smooth twists, as though dancing to a rhythm older than tides. Poseidon swam after it, propelled not only by strength, but by familiarity, as if he had always belonged here. As they dove deeper, the world darkened, but not into fear, into calm, into a shade of blue that felt like sleep opening its softest door. In that dim light, shapes began to appear, shadows at first, then shimmering silhouettes, then the full outline of something magnificent. A palace, his palace, rising from the ocean floor, like a dream carved into stone. Its walls glowed with the subtle luminescence of coral, touched by moonlight. Spiraled towers rose like twisted shells, stretching upward. Gates, shaped from giant pearls, shimmered with iridescent light. Columns stood tall, each one formed from living coral in colors that shifted with the current's reds like beating hearts, blues like midnight tides, golds like sunlight trapped in water. Winding through the palace grounds were gardens of sea fans and swaying kelp, brushing gently against schools of tiny fish that darted between the branches like sparks. The dolphin swam through the gates, and the gates opened without sound, petals of pearl gliding apart. Poseidon entered, and the sea itself seemed to bow around him. Inside, the palace was vast and silent, serene as the deepest trench. Floors of polished shell reflected the movement of water like a living mirror. Soft light emanated from orbs of bioluminescent coral cradled in delicate frames of seaweed. Creatures swam freely through open corridors, stingrays gliding like drifting cloth, octopuses curling and uncurling their arms, as though painting the water with slow strokes of ink. Poseidon felt awe settle around him, like a cloak woven from calm. He walked through a wide hall, the dolphin following close, its clicks echoing lightly against the vaulted shell ceiling. Then a soft sound rose from deeper within the palace, a warm, resonant vibration, like a conch being blown at the bottom of the world. Poseidon followed the sound. It led him to a chamber shaped like the inside of a giant shell, its walls spiraling upward in smooth curves. There, standing upon a pedestal of coral, was Triton, his son, half man, half fish, with a tail that shimmered in greens and golds, and hair that flowed like drifting seaweed. In his hands he held a conch shell, pressed gently to his lips. When he blew into it, the sound vibrated through the hall in long, echoing currents, a call that could travel leagues across the ocean, a summons for sea creatures, a warning for sailors, a lullaby for underwater gardens. Triton lowered the shell and bowed. His voice was calm as still water. "Father." Poseidon stepped closer, pride blooming quietly in his chest. The dolphin circled Triton, clicking happily, as though welcoming the two gods into the same space. "Triton," Poseidon said softly, "your voice carries the breath of the sea." Triton touched the conch reverently. "It carries your authority," he said. Poseidon placed a hand on his son's shoulder. More than an heir, Triton was a bridge between gods and sea beings, between the ocean's depths and its surface, between the realm of Poseidon and the gentler currents that nourished life. Together, they walked through the palace, passing murals etched in coral and pearl. Scenes showed the birth of sea creatures, the shaping of tides, the dance of currents, the rise and fall of storms. Each symbol whispered a deeper truth. The sea was not merely a place. It was a culture, a world with stories, rituals, guardians, and teachers. Poseidon paused before a corridor lined with giant clamshells. Inside each shell lay glowing pearls, some small as raindrops, others as large as shields. These pearls were more than treasures. They were memories, formed from years of pressure, patience, and time. Precious not because they were beautiful, but because they represented endurance, the endurance of creatures hidden within their shells, and the endurance of the sea itself. Further in, coral gardens stretched in spiraling patterns, like living tapestries woven from color and light. Red corals shaped like delicate hands, blue corals branching like frozen lightning, purple corals swaying in slow currents, like soft, underwater forests. Poseidon touched one gently, and it pulsed with subtle warmth, a reminder that even beauty in the sea lived, breathed, grew, and remembered. The dolphin swam ahead once more, leading them to a wide balcony overlooking the deepest trench. From this vantage point, the sea stretched into shadowy blue that seemed endless. Poseidon rested both hands on the trident, feeling the pulse of the entire ocean vibrating through the metal. Triton stood beside him. The dolphin hovered below them like a loyal sentinel, and the palace seemed to breathe with them, each corridor expanding and contracting with the rhythm of the water. The sea, at last, felt whole. Its symbols surrounded him: the trident, the horse, the dolphin, the palace of coral and pearl. Together they formed the language of his identity, not mere decorations, not ornaments, but pieces of meaning woven through culture, myth, and memory. Mortals would carve these symbols into temples. Sailors would tattoo dolphins upon their arms for protection. Kings would offer horses in sacred rites to honor the god of waves and thunder. And poets would speak of the palace beneath the sea, glittering in shades no sunlit world could hold. Poseidon looked into the deep, and the deep looked back. These symbols were reflections of who he had become. Not half a god, not a force of chaos, but a ruler with roots in every tide, a protector, a destroyer, a giver, a taker, a king of a realm both beautiful and terrible. And as he gazed into the depths, the next chapter gently took shape. The stories mortals would tell of him, the worship they would offer, the fears they whispered, and the temples raised along rocky shores. The sea breathed in slow tides as Poseidon approached the rocky hill overlooking the new city rising upon the Attic coast. The sun had not yet reached its height, and the stone glimmered in pale gold, softened by morning mist. Below him, the people of the young city gathered in anticipation, their voices low, their hearts full of hope and uncertainty. For today, they would choose their protector, their guiding deity, their divine patron, and in that choice, they would choose the fate of their future. Poseidon stepped forward, trident shimmering faintly with the light of early day. The sea wind curled around him in soft spirals, carrying the scent of salt and distant waves. He felt calm, certain. He was the god of this coastline, the god who shaped waves, guarded sailors, filled nets, and sent storms to test and strengthen. He had watched this city grow from rough soil. He had seen its people build their first crude docks, their first boats, their first hopeful crossings. He believed, with quiet confidence, that the city would choose him. Then he sensed her, a different presence, cooler than wind, sharper than salt, bright as a blade, newly forged. Athena. She stepped onto the hill, opposite him, her spear at her side, her shield glinting like captured dawn. Wisdom itself seemed to travel with her, woven into her robes, whispering through the folds, like a quiet logic only she understood. Their eyes met, not with anger, not with rivalry, but with the gravity of two ancient forces preparing to reveal their gifts. The people fell silent. Zeus' voice, carried by a soft divine wind, echoed over the hill. "Let the gods offer their gifts to this city," he said, "and let the people choose whose blessing shall guide them." Poseidon stepped forward first. He raised the trident high. Its prongs caught the sunlight in a brilliant flare of silver and blue. Then he drove it into the rock. The ground split open. With a deep, resonant crack, a spring burst forth, water surging upward in a shimmering column before cascading into a clear pool. Gasps rose from the crowd. The pool sparkled beautifully under the sun. Waves rippled across its surface with a soft, mesmerizing rhythm. Many thought it was a miracle until they tasted it. Salt, sea water, a gift of the ocean, powerful, majestic, and alive, but not drinkable, not nourishing, not gentle. Some looked to the god with awe, others with hesitation. Poseidon watched their faces. He saw their admiration, but he also saw the questions flickering behind their eyes. He felt a faint tremor in his chest. Not anger, not yet, just uncertainty. Athena stepped forward. She did not raise her spear or call lightning from the sky. She merely knelt and placed her hand upon the earth. A soft breeze passed over the hill. The soil shifted. A tiny green shoot emerged. It grew upward slowly, gracefully, its leaves unfolding in gentle curls. A thin trunk rose, twisting with quiet strength. Within moments, before the eyes of all, a full olive tree stood roots deep, branches wide, leaves shimmering with silver undersides. The people gasped again, but this time the sound was different. It was not awe alone. It was recognition, hope, possibility. They touched the bark. They tasted the olives. They pressed the fruit between their hands and watched oil gather oil for cooking, for light, for trade, for medicine. They saw wood for building, food for families, prosperity born from patience, strength born from wisdom. The tree did not roar like the sea. It did not shake the earth, but it promised life, quiet, steady, enduring, a different kind of power. The people whispered among themselves, voices blending like the rustle of olive leaves in a soft wind. Then they made their choice. Athena, Poseidon stood very still. The wind paused, unsure. The waves hesitated. His eyes moved to the salt spring he had created, still shimmering beautifully, but useless to the thirsty. His gift had been strength, majesty, power, but not gentleness, not practicality. He felt the first sting of disappointment bloom inside him. It curled like a small storm cloud behind his ribs. He did not speak, but the earth heard his emotion. A soft tremor rippled across the hill, not enough to cause harm, but enough to remind the people that their decision had weight, enough to show them that a god's heart, especially his, was not simple to soothe. The tremor passed. A small surge of water rose in the spring, spilling over the stone. A reminder of who he was. The earth shaker, the storm bringer, a god whose temper was as deep as the sea. The people trembled slightly, not in regret, but in fearful respect. Athena stepped closer to him, her expression soft. "You offered them strength," she said quietly, "and they chose peace." Poseidon looked at her not with hatred, but with the heavy quiet of a wave retreating from shore. You offered them future, he answered, a future that grows from soil, not from storms. She bowed her head. It was their decision, she murmured. He turned away, his cloak brushing softly against the stone. The sea called to him, echoing the unrest still inside him. He walked down the hill, each step slow but deliberate, the trident tapping lightly against the ground. Behind him, the people watched in silence. Some bowed their heads, some crossed their hands over their hearts. All understood that rejecting a god did not erase him, especially not this god. The sea belonged to him still, the harbors, the fishing routes, the storms that shaped their naval skill, and the ships that would one day make Athens mighty. As Poseidon reached the shore, the waves rose gently to meet him, brushing against his feet with quiet understanding. He looked back once more at the distant hilltop where the olive tree shimmered in sunlight. He felt both resentment and respect, two tides pulling at the same heart. Athena had won, but he was not gone. He would become the guardian of their harbors, the breath behind their sails, the force that taught them the sea's difficult lessons. And in time, Athens would come to understand that their glory, their navy, their trade, their power over the Aegean, owed as much to him as to the goddess who shaded their homes with silver leaves. This was not a tale of defeat. It was a tale of balance, wisdom and strength, patience and power, olive tree and ocean, Athena and Poseidon, two forces shaping the soul of Athens, each in their own way. Poseidon stepped into the surf. The sea welcomed him, and the story flowed onward, toward the myths that would rise like tides from his anger, his mercy, and the long memory of the deep. The sea was calm the evening. Poseidon recalled the city of Troy, that stubborn jewel of stone and pride resting along the curve of the Anatolian coast. Waves rolled in soft, even pulses, as though trying to soothe the old anger, still lingering deep in his chest, because Troy was not a wound that had healed. It was a scar, a quiet reminder of betrayal, and gods do not forget betrayal, not easily, not ever. Long before the Trojan War, long before Achilles' fury and the fall of great heroes, Troy had already sown its own destruction, not through fate, not through prophecy, but through broken promises. And Poseidon remembered every detail. There had been a time when Zeus, in one of his severe moods, had decided that two gods needed to learn humility, Poseidon and Apollo, both powerful, both proud, both capable of shaking the world in their own ways. And Zeus, who often feared the growing strength of his siblings, found a clever way to keep them busy, a punishment disguised as labor, a lesson disguised as duty. You will serve King Laomedon of Troy, Zeus had said, his voice echoing like distant thunder. You will help him build a wall, one worthy of legend. Poseidon had accepted the decree in silence, not with obedience, but with patience. Gods rarely served mortals, but when they did, the world remembered. Apollo stood beside him, radiant and quiet, his expression unreadable in the light of the high sky. Together they descended toward Troy, stepping from the divine realm into the dusty warmth of mortal lands. King Laomedon greeted them with a mixture of awe and greed. He understood the value of what he was being given, two gods of unimaginable power, offering work no army of stonemasons could match. Laomedon's voice was smooth, his promises shining like polished bronze. "I will reward you," he vowed, "richly, generously, more than any mortal has rewarded any god." Poseidon knew mortal words too well. They glittered like waves under sunshine, bright on the surface, dark beneath. Still, the gods worked, because duty, once spoken, was not easily cast aside. Day after day, Poseidon lifted stone, not with hands, but with will. Rock bent to him like obedient soldiers, shaping themselves into perfect blocks. He laid the foundation as easily as smoothing sand beneath water. Apollo, with his radiant calm, carved patterns into the stone runes of music, light, and healing, strengthening the wall from within. Together, they built a fortress unlike any seen before. Towers rose like cliffs, gates gleamed like hammered moonlight. Stone fused seamlessly, as though the wall had grown from the earth itself. Mortals watched in awe as the city transformed. The wall became the pride of Troy, its symbol of immortality, its shield against fate. But Laomedon watched with something else, a tightening hunger in his eyes. Gold promised, gold regretted, gold he wished to keep, and when the final stone was placed, when the gods stepped back to admire their work, Laomedon made his choice. He refused to pay. His smile was cold, his voice sharp. "I owe you nothing," he said. "Your gods. What need have you of mortal treasure?" Silence fell heavy. Apollo's face darkened, the soft radiance dimming into a cold glow. But it was Poseidon who changed most. His eyes, once calm as low tide, darkened into something vast, deep, and dangerous. A quiet anger, slow and heavy, like a storm forming far on the horizon. He didn't shout, he didn't strike, he didn't shake the ground beneath Laomedon's feet. He simply looked at the king, and the sea behind him grew still. "Do not break faith with gods," Poseidon murmured. "Mortals drown in the promises they betray." Laomedon laughed. That was his mistake. Poseidon and Apollo left Troy, but they carried the insult with them, a weight, a bruise, a memory pressing against eternity. And gods do not forget insults. The sea, especially, never forgets. In time, Poseidon's anger took form, not as a storm, not as a quake, but as a creature, a beast born from the deepest trench, its scales dark as night, its roar shaking cliffs, its hunger driven by divine vengeance. Poseidon unleashed it upon Troy, and the city trembled. Waves rose high, pounding against its sacred walls. The sea monster surged through harbors, smashing ships like driftwood, devouring cattle, terrifying the countryside. People fled, priests wept. Laomedon, who had once mocked gods, now cowered behind the very walls they had built for him. Those unbreakable walls, those beautiful, divine walls. He had believed they would protect him from anything. But walls cannot protect from a god. Nothing can. Desperate, Laomedon turned to a prophecy, to bargains, to frantic promises, the same empty coin he had paid the gods before. The monster ravaged Troy for years, a shadow of Poseidon's resentment. And even when Heracles eventually arrived to slay the beast, Poseidon's anger did not end. Not truly. because a broken promise to a god leaves a fracture in fate itself, and fractures eventually reopen. Years passed, decades, generations. The first Laomedon died, but Troy continued, proud, stubborn, confident in its walls, confident in its lineage, confident in its destiny. But Poseidon still remembered, and when the Trojan War began, long after Paris' choice, long after Helen sailed, long after the first spears cast blood upon the sand, Poseidon looked upon Troy and saw not a city of heroes but a debtor, a city with an unpaid oath and a history of insolence. Though he sometimes aided the Greeks, sometimes aided the Trojans, his loyalty was never truly to either. His loyalty was to memory, and Troy's memory was stained. So he shook the earth beneath their feet, sending tremors through the battlefield. He shattered parts of the plain. He lifted waves to wreck Greek ships when they angered him, and sent calmer tides when his compassion stirred. But always, always, the weight of Troy's betrayal lay beneath everything, like a stone at the bottom of the ocean. When the city finally fell, its great towers collapsing in fire and dust, its gates broken, its people scattered, Poseidon stood far out at sea, watching in silence. He did not cheer, he did not rage, he simply watched, like a tide, completing a long, inevitable cycle. Justice for gods does not come quickly. It comes quietly, patiently, and with certainty. Laomedon's broken promise had become Troy's curse, a reminder whispered again and again through centuries of myth. Kong bao ja quit kong thun. Kong bao ja zem thung sukman kwaloi Kong bao ja ngi rang bin sequen. Because Poseidon, lord of the deep, keeper of storms, listener to ancient wrongs, always remembers, and the sea returns every debt in time. The sea was calm the evening Poseidon recalled the city of Troy, that stubborn jewel of stone and pride resting along the curve of the Anatolian coast. Waves rolled in soft, even pulses, as though trying to soothe the old anger still lingering deep in his chest. Because Troy was not a wound that had healed. It was a scar, a quiet reminder of betrayal. And gods do not forget betrayal. Not easily, not ever. Long before the Trojan War, long before Achilles' fury and the fall of great heroes, Troy had already sown its own destruction. Not through fate, not through prophecy, but through broken promises. And Poseidon remembered every detail. There had been a time when Zeus, in one of his severe moods, had decided that two gods needed to learn humility, Poseidon and Apollo, both powerful, both proud, both capable of shaking the world in their own ways. And Zeus, who often feared the growing strength of his siblings, found a clever way to keep them busy. A punishment disguised as labor, a lesson disguised as duty. You will serve King Laomedon of Troy, Zeus had said, his voice echoing like distant thunder. You will help him build a wall one worthy of legend. Poseidon had accepted the decree in silence, not with obedience, but with patience. Gods rarely served mortals, but when they did, the world remembered. Apollo stood beside him, radiant and quiet, his expression unreadable in the light of the high sky. Together they descended toward Troy, stepping from the divine realm into the dusty warmth of mortal lands. King Laomedon greeted them with a mixture of awe and greed. He understood the value of what he was being given, two gods of unimaginable power, offering work no army of stonemasons could match. Laomedon's voice was smooth, his promises shining like polished bronze. "I will reward you," he vowed, "richly, generously, more than any mortal has rewarded any god." Poseidon knew mortal words too well. They glittered like waves under sunshine, bright on the surface, dark beneath. Still, the gods worked, because duty, once spoken, was not easily cast aside. Day after day, Poseidon lifted stone, not with hands, but with will. Rock bent to him like obedient soldiers, shaping themselves into perfect blocks. He laid the foundation as easily as smoothing sand beneath water. Apollo, with his radiant calm, carved patterns into the stone runes of music, light, and healing, strengthening the wall from within. Together, they built a fortress unlike any seen before. Towers rose like cliffs, gates gleamed like hammered moonlight, stone fused seamlessly, as though the wall had grown from the earth itself. Mortals watched in awe as the city transformed. The wall became the pride of Troy, its symbol of immortality, its shield against fate. But Laomedon watched with something else, a tightening hunger in his eyes. Gold promised, gold regretted, gold he wished to keep. And when the final stone was placed, when the gods stepped back to admire their work, Laomedon made his choice. He refused to pay. His smile was cold, his voice sharp. "I owe you nothing," he said. "Your gods, what need have you of mortal treasure?" Silence fell heavy. Apollo's face darkened, the soft radiance dimming into a cold glow. But it was Poseidon who changed most. His eyes, once calm as low tide, darkened into something vast, deep and dangerous. A quiet anger, slow and heavy, like a storm forming far on the horizon. He didn't shout, he didn't strike, he didn't shake the ground beneath Laomedon's feet. He simply looked at the king, and the sea behind him grew still. "Do not break faith with gods," Poseidon murmured. "Mortals drown in the promises they betray." Laomedon laughed. That was his mistake. Poseidon and Apollo left Troy, but they carried the insult with them, a weight, a bruise, a memory pressing against eternity. And gods do not forget insults. The sea, especially, never forgets. In time, Poseidon's anger took form, not as a storm, not as a quake, but as a creature, a beast born from the deepest trench, its scales dark as night, its roar shaking cliffs, its hunger driven by divine vengeance. Poseidon unleashed it upon Troy, and the city trembled. Waves rose high, pounding against its sacred walls. The sea monster surged through harbors, smashing ships like driftwood, devouring cattle, terrifying the countryside. People fled, priests wept. Laomedon, who had once mocked gods, now cowered behind the very walls they had built for him. Those unbreakable walls, those beautiful, divine walls. He had believed they would protect him from anything. But walls cannot protect from a god. Nothing can. Desperate, Laomedon turned to a prophecy, to bargains, to frantic promises, the same empty coin he had paid the gods before. The monster ravaged Troy for years, a shadow of Poseidon's resentment. And even when Heracles eventually arrived to slay the beast, Poseidon's anger did not end. Not truly. Because a broken promise to a god leaves a fracture in fate itself. and fractures eventually reopen. Years passed, decades, generations. The first Laomedon died, but Troy continued. Proud, stubborn, confident in its walls, confident in its lineage, confident in its destiny. But Poseidon still remembered. And when the Trojan War began, long after Paris' choice, long after Helen sailed, long after the first spears cast blood upon the sand, Poseidon looked upon Troy and saw not a city of heroes but a debtor, a city with an unpaid oath, and a history of insolence. Though he sometimes aided the Greeks, sometimes aided the Trojans, his loyalty was never truly to either. His loyalty was to memory, and Troy's memory was stained. So he shook the earth beneath their feet, sending tremors through the battlefield. He shattered parts of the plain. He lifted waves to wreck Greek ships when they angered him, and sent calmer tides when his compassion stirred. But always, always, the weight of Troy's betrayal lay beneath everything, like a stone at the bottom of the ocean. When the city finally fell, its great towers collapsing in fire and dust, its gates broken, its people scattered, Poseidon stood far out at sea, watching in silence. He did not cheer, he did not rage, he simply watched, like a tide completing a long, inevitable cycle. Justice for gods does not come quickly. It comes quietly, patiently, and with certainty. Laomedon's broken promise had become Troy's curse, a reminder whispered again and again through centuries of myth. Kong bao jer quit kong thun. Kong bao jer xem thrung suk man kwa loi hua. Kong bao jer ni rang bien sequen. Because Poseidon, Lord of the deep, keeper of storms, listener to ancient wrongs, always remembers, and the sea returns every debt in time, the blessed and the banished. The sea that morning was quiet, wide, and pale as milk, its surface smooth enough to reflect the sky like polished glass. Poseidon stood with his trident planted gently in the sand, listening to the soft pull of the waves as they crept over the shore in slow, even breaths. These peaceful moments were rare, precious, a reminder that even a god of storms had days when the sea lay calm, like a sleeping mind drifting through easy dreams. But behind that quiet, Poseidon carried memories. Memories of mortals who had raised his temper higher than any wave. Memories of those he had guided with tenderness, and memories of those he had cursed with storms that lasted a lifetime. For the sea gives, and the sea takes, and every hero who crossed its waters would one day face both hands of the god who ruled them. The stories of Poseidon and mortals intertwine like tangled ropes left on a dock after a long voyage. Some knots carry warmth, others hold fury, and one knot, tight, brutal, unforgettable, belonged to Odysseus. Odysseus, the man the sea refused to forgive. There were many mortals Poseidon had quarreled with across centuries, but only one name was spoken with true bitterness, in the deep places of the sea. Odysseus, the man of sharp mind, quick tongue, and braided cunning, a hero to many, a problem to gods, and a wound to Poseidon that never fully healed. Poseidon had not disliked him at first. Heroes came and went across his waters, some boasting loudly, others praying softly, and Odysseus seemed at most another mortal with too much pride. But one act changed everything. One act shifted the tide of Poseidon's heart from indifference to relentless fury. Odysseus, blinded Polyphemus, and Polyphemus was Poseidon's son. The Cyclops was no gentle creature. He was vast, rough, awkward, in the way children of great power often are. But he was Poseidon's blood, a child who roamed the rocky island of the Cyclopes with no fear, living a life that was simple and unguarded. A shepherd, a solitary being, a creature who expected honesty from strangers, and that innocence became his downfall. One night, under the dim glow of a cave lit only by dying embers, Odysseus plunged a burning stake into the Cyclops' single eye. The scream that followed echoed across the island, rising through cliffs, over waves, into the very bones of the sea. Poseidon heard it, the cry of pain, the cry of betrayal, a wound carved not in flesh alone, but in the trust between god and hero. Polyphemus stumbled, hands clutching darkness, tears of blood falling onto the cave floor, and as he cried out to his father, Poseidon felt something inside him crack. Not rage first, not hatred, but shock, a stillness, a quiet disbelief that a mortal, a clever one, yes, but still mortal, had dared harm his child. Then the sea shifted. Then the anger came, not like a sudden storm, but like a deep current, slow, heavy, unstoppable. Odysseus boasted his name as he fled the island, shouting it across the waves, as if daring a god to answer. That arrogance sealed his fate. Poseidon followed him, not with thunder, not with earthquakes, but with patience. 10 years of patience, 10 years of storms, 10 years of shipwrecks, lost crews, shattered masts, and nights spent shivering on broken planks beneath widowed stars. Wherever Odysseus sailed, the sea rose against him, winds turned against him, currents betrayed him, harbors rejected him, even calm waters hid dangers beneath their beautiful faces. Poseidon did not deliver one single blow of vengeance. He delivered thousands, one for each moment Polyphemus had cried in the darkness of his cave, one for every drop of blood spilled from that ruined eye, one for every proud word Odysseus had shouted, thinking the sea would forgive him. The journey home became a labyrinth of divine punishment. Storms chased Odysseus from island to island. Monsters waited in channels. Poseidon deepened with deliberate cruelty. Winds blew him backward after every small progress. And when he finally washed upon the shore of Scheria, Poseidon struck one last time, turning the Phaeacian ship that carried him into stone, as a reminder to all mortals that no one escapes the anger of the sea. Odysseus did return home, but not whole, not unchanged, and not forgiven, for Poseidon never rescinded his grudge. He simply grew quiet, like a storm that has passed but leaves the horizon forever darker. Theseus, the son of two worlds. But not every hero was a target of Poseidon's anger. Some carried his blessing, some carried his blood, and one of the greatest among them was Theseus. Athens told many versions of his parentage, but one story sang more softly through the waves, that Poseidon was his true father. Theseus, clever of mind, steadfast of heart, destined for trials shaped by land and sea. He walked with confidence, but not arrogance. He carried strength, but not cruelty, and Poseidon watched him with the pride of a father observing a child take his first steps on shifting sands. The hero grew between worlds, between the mortal realm of Aegeus and the silent, shimmering kingdom of the sea. Poseidon whispered to him in dreams, guided him across treacherous waters, blessed his voyages when he sailed to Crete. And when Theseus confronted the labyrinth, Poseidon felt every heartbeat like a pulse in the tides. Strength followed, Theseus like a shadow. Courage walked beside him, destiny bent around him. Whether or not he knew he was Poseidon's son, he bore the signs, a gaze that met storms without fear, a stride steady as rising tides, a heart that beat with the quiet insistence of waves against rock. In some tales, Theseus was the only hero whose prayers Poseidon answered without hesitation, the only one he watched with something like tenderness, the only one who reminded him that mortals, even flawed mortals, could rise to greatness without defiance. Athens embraced Theseus as its symbol, but beneath that image of civic pride lay an older truth. Athens, city of wisdom and land, held also the blood of the sea in its lineage, a balance of Athena and Poseidon, wisdom and tide, mind and wave, stone and foam. Theseus was the bridge between them, carrying a dual heritage that made him both king and wanderer, both land-born and sea-blessed. And Poseidon, silent beneath the swells, watched his son with the deep, steady pride of an ancient ocean. The children of the sea, beauty and terror in equal measure. The sea is vast, and Poseidon's lineage spread across it like the branching paths of underwater rivers. Some children were gentle, some were terrible, some were beautiful, as shells washed smooth by moonlit tides. Others were fierce as whirlpools pulling ships into darkness, because the sea births both wonder and fear, and so did Poseidon. Triton, the herald of the deep. Triton, son of Poseidon and Amphitrite, was the most famous among his children. Half man, half fish, with hair that flowed like kelp, and a voice that could move tides. When he blew his conch, storms stilled, waves shifted direction, and creatures of the deep bowed in recognition. He was the calm between waves, the whisper of safety before storms, the soft echo that told sailors they were not alone, a guardian like the dolphins he commanded. Pegasus, the winged wonder, from the blood of Medusa. When Perseus struck her down, rose Pegasus, a creature of pure white breath and unbroken sky, a horse that flew, that carried heroes, that outpaced storms. Pegasus bore none of Poseidon's rage, only his beauty, only his freedom, only the wild, unclaimed spirit of the ocean wind, a reminder that even in the darkest myths, light could rise from tragedy, and grace could soar from bloodshed. Chrysaor, the golden blade. Chrysaor emerged alongside Pegasus, not beautiful, but powerful, a symbol of the sea's raw strength, its hidden fury, its tendency to create monsters not by malice but by the sheer pressure of existence. Where Pegasus embodied beauty, Chrysaor embodied awe, the kind that left mortals trembling. The Cyclopes, children of chaos and craft. Though the Cyclopes were older than Olympians, many traditions placed them under Poseidon's lineage. Massive, skilled, fearsome, and misunderstood, creators of thunderbolts, shapers of divine weapons, primal beings with minds touched by raw nature. Their one eye saw the world without distraction, a reminder that the sea too is single-minded in its purpose. focused, relentless, unswerving. Together, these children formed a mosaic of Poseidon's nature, gentle guides, majestic wonders, terrible monsters, storms and lullabies woven into flesh. Mortals often asked why one god produced such wildly different offspring. But the answer was simple. The sea has many faces. So did Poseidon. So did the life born from him. Every child, every creature, every myth whispered this truth. The ocean creates beauty. The ocean creates danger. The ocean creates both. And heroes who walked upon its shores learned to respect that duality, or paid the price of ignoring it. Odysseus learned it through suffering. Theseus learned it through destiny. Triton bore it with honor. Pegasus with light. Chrysaor with shadow. The Cyclopes with power. Each reflected a piece of the god who ruled the waves. Each carried a fragment of the sea's complicated soul, and Poseidon, standing beneath the endless sky, knew that his legacy would forever be told through stories of those he blessed and those he cursed. For in the end, the ocean remembers everyone, the heroes it lifts, the heroes it sinks, and the heroes it watches with patient, eternal, tidal eyes. The tremor beneath the sea. The morning began quietly, with only the soft rhythm of waves sliding over the wet sand in long, unbroken sighs. Poseidon stood at the edge of the shore, watching faint ripples gather like whispers around his feet. The sea was calm, too calm, a stillness that felt less like peace, and more like a breath waiting to be unfolded. A breath held beneath the earth itself. For the Greeks, this stillness was never empty. It hinted at a force buried deep below, a force vast and restless, ancient as the crust of the world. And that force had a name: Earthshaker, Enlil, Poseidon. The waves around him pulled back just slightly, a small retreat, as though the ocean itself sensed the change in his thoughts. Poseidon placed the trident softly against the ground. Its prongs glimmered faintly with echoes of storms and distant thunder. He closed his eyes and listened, not to the sea, but to the earth. Beneath his feet, through layers of rock and silence, he felt it, the slow turning of something deep, a murmur older than gods, a shiver that belonged not to water but to stone. Mortals feared storms. They feared waves that rose higher than houses. They feared beasts from the depths. But earthquakes were different, more intimate, more sudden, more merciless. A storm could be seen on the horizon. A wave gave warnings in the wind. But the earth struck without hint, without shadow, without mercy. That was why the Greeks associated the trembling of land not with sky gods, not with mountains, but with him, the god who bridged the ocean's power with the world's bones, the god whose weapon touched both water and rock, the god whose presence could shift continents. Poseidon, the Earthshaker. He lifted the trident slowly. The metal hummed, vibrating like a plucked string stretched over the world. The sea grew still, as if it sensed a secret about to be spoken. Poseidon tapped the weapon lightly against the earth, just once. A single sound, soft as rain, but deep below, far past the roots of mountains. The world stirred. To mortals, earthquakes felt like chaos, random, wild, unpredictable. But Poseidon knew the truth. They were breath, the slow exhale of a living planet, the shifting of ancient plates that moved not in anger, but in necessity. Yet because mortals lived fragile lives, on fragile homes. They needed meaning. They needed a face for the terror that came without warning. So they looked to him. Whenever the earth trembled, whenever cliffs cracked, whenever rivers changed their paths, whenever caves split open, revealing depths no one had seen before, they whispered his name, Poseidon, Earth Shaker, Lord of the trembling world. And Poseidon accepted this truth, not with pride, but with a strange, quiet heaviness. He never sought destruction, but he embodied the potential for it, the same way waves could cradle a boat one day and crush it the next. The same way gentleness and terror shared the same ocean. He raised the trident higher and began to walk. Each step pressed into the earth with careful thought. He did not strike. He did not call forth tremors. But the ground listened. The ground always listened. He remembered a time when he had used the trident to bring forth a spring in Athens, how the rock cracked open, splitting apart like soft fruit, water rushing upward in a shimmering burst. He remembered the creation of islands, rising from below as if the sea were lifting children into the world. He remembered when entire caverns formed beneath shifting faults, shaping the labyrinthine heart of the Aegean. Creation and destruction, both from the same gesture, both from the same god. A breeze shifted over the water, and Poseidon heard distant voices, mortals on a nearby island, laughing, carrying baskets of olives, unaware that the god who shaped mountains walked only a short distance away. He smiled faintly. Mortals always lived close to danger, yet they rarely feared it until it stirred. Their courage was admirable, their ignorance endearing, their fragility inevitable. Poseidon placed the trident's tip into the shallow waves. The water responded with a soft swirl, but the earth beneath it groaned. Stone ground against stone, deep and slow. The tremor moved outward, rolling gently like a cat stretching after long sleep. Nothing cracked, nothing fell. It was a reminder, a heartbeat. For even when quiet, the earth was alive. The Greeks imagined Poseidon beneath the land, striding through caverns, his footsteps sending vibrations upward, or imagined him striking the ground with the trident, calling forth springs and fissures, summoning geysers, splitting mountains. In truth, Poseidon was simply attuned to the planet's hidden rhythms, the tension building in rocky seams, the ancient pressure shifting beneath seas, the silent unrest sleeping under city walls. He felt it all. Each strain, each crack, each sigh. He walked between two cliffs now, their walls tall and narrow, almost touching overhead. Many earthquakes had shaped these cliffs long before mortals named this land, long before temples rose, long before myths were born. Poseidon touched the stone gently. Fragments of memory spilled into him. Old quakes, old echoes, old rifts. He could almost hear them still, the rumble, the fall, the rush of dust. Nature remembers, Poseidon whispered, and so do I. His voice traveled in a low murmur across the stone, reverberating down the narrow corridor of cliffs. Small pebbles shifted. A faint tremor rolled beneath the surface, not destructive, just a reminder of depth. To the Greeks, earthquakes meant messages, warnings, signs from the god below. When the earth shook, they paused their work, whispered prayers, made offerings, sometimes of horses, sometimes of wine, sometimes of simple words spoken into the sea breeze. Spare us. Guide us. Do not strike again. And Poseidon listened, not because he delighted in fear, but because reverence kept mortals safe. Fear taught caution. Caution saved lives. A respectful mortal was less likely to build on fault lines, less likely to tunnel too deeply, less likely to ignore the whispers of shifting ground. He stepped out of the narrow cliffs onto a flat plateau. From here he could see the horizon, a long, curved line dividing the world into sky and sea. He lifted the trident and held it still. The earth quieted. The sea quieted. Everything paused, as if listening to a god ready to speak. He brought the trident down, not hard, not violently, just firmly. A soft boom rolled outward, followed by a spreading tremor. Cracks spiderwebbed across the plateau, alive with shining water seeping through. A small geyser erupted in a brief burst of white and blue. Steam rose in slow spirals. New land had formed. New energy had been released. Destruction and creation had acted in the same breath. Poseidon watched the new spring settle into its rhythm. It pulsed gently, like a newborn heartbeat. This, too, was his gift. Not just quake, but renewal. Not just fracture, but source. For every land born from the sea, every island that rose from volcanic fire, every fertile valley opened by fault lines, was a child of his power. The earth around him hummed softly, a lullaby sung by stone and pressure. Poseidon listened with eyes half closed. He stood not as destroyer, but as mediator between worlds, between sea and soil, between stability and release, between calm and rupture. To the Greeks, Poseidon was the embodiment of nature's instability, the sudden, the violent, the unpredictable, but he was also the reminder that the world lived beneath their feet, moved beneath their feet, breathed beneath their feet. Mortals built temples on hills and prayed for mercy during tremors. Fishermen looked to the sea and whispered his titles. Sailors watched cliffs where earthquakes had carved fresh scars and offered salt in his name. And all of them knew deep in their bones that the Earthshaker was not a god to ignore. Poseidon raised the trident once more. The earth steadied. The sea returned to its slow rhythm. Light shimmered across the waves like soft silver threads. He turned to walk back toward the shoreline, each step deliberate, each step echoing faintly through the ground. Behind him, the new spring continued to bubble, a testament to the balance he carried: power to destroy, power to create, power to reveal the hidden hearts of mountains. The title Earthshaker followed him like a shadow, not a threat, not a curse, but a truth, a reminder that beneath every calm day, beneath every peaceful shore, beneath every city built on trembling rock, the world slept uneasily, and Poseidon, keeper of that restless sleep, watched over it all, patient, solemn, and ready to wake the earth with a single strike of his shining trident. The heart beneath the waves. The sea at twilight shimmered with colors soft as fading embers, blue darkening to violet, violet slipping into gold, and gold dissolving into a pale silver that stretched across the horizon like a quiet dream. Poseidon stood in the gentle surf, the waves brushing his legs as if greeting him with familiar affection. The day was calm, the wind was low, and in the quiet breathing of the ocean, He felt the weight of memory, memories woven with love, with longing, with the tangled, unpredictable currents of the heart. For even a god of storms is not free from the storms of emotion. And Poseidon, more than many of his kin, loved wildly, deeply, inconsistently, and often disastrously. Just as the sea nourished life and swallowed life in the same tide, his affections birthed both harmony and chaos. When mortals spoke of Zeus' affairs, they whispered. When they spoke of Apollo's loves, they sang softly. But when they spoke of Poseidon, they told stories shaped by currents, flowing, shifting, rarely simple, rarely still. 1. Amphitrite, the queen of the deep. Among all the loves of Poseidon's long and tempestuous life, one name glowed brighter than the rest: Amphitrite, a sea nymph, daughter of Nereus, with hair like drifting foam and eyes deep and steady as the ocean floor. Poseidon first saw her dancing in a chorus of 50 Nereids, their movements soft as the sway of tide-touched seaweed. Amphitrite did not seek attention. She did not shine with the fire of goddesses or the bold radiance of Olympian queens. Her beauty was quiet, dignified, woven from mystery rather than spectacle. And Poseidon felt something stir inside him, a pull stronger than tide, stronger than storm. He approached her, speaking gently as the low hum of the ocean. But Amphitrite, wary of gods and their commitments, fled across the sea, not out of anger, out of fear of being swallowed by the same vastness that chased her. Poseidon searched for her across oceans, until finally a dolphin faithful, intuitive, compassionate, found her hiding in the far western waters. The dolphin soothed her, comforted her, and persuaded her to return. When she stepped into Poseidon's presence again, he lowered his trident. He softened the waves. He quieted the sea. He offered not dominion, but devotion. Amphitrite accepted him. She became queen of the ocean, mother of gentle Triton, mistress of coral halls and woven currents and the secret passages of the deep. While Poseidon roamed, her presence anchored the palace. She kept the sea's softer rhythms alive when storms overtook his temper. If Poseidon was the roar, Amphitrite was the hush. If he was the quake, she was the lullaby that followed. With her, Poseidon knew something rare: peace. 2. The nymphs, the princesses, and the pull of the tide. But the sea is vast, and love, for Poseidon, often moved like waves, complicated, inconsistent, returning to old shores even while carving new ones. Across centuries, he loved many sea nymphs, river goddesses, mortal princesses, and ancient titanesses, whose names echoed through the starless trenches. Each story carried the same dual nature as the sea itself: tenderness, intertwined with turmoil. Tyro, the woman who loved a river, but bore the sea's children. Tyro, a mortal princess, fell in love with a river god. She wandered along the banks, calling his name in soft laments. Day after day, Poseidon watched her. He saw her devotion, her sadness, her loneliness. He approached her gently, taking the form of the river she adored, hoping to offer comfort where none had been given. Their union birthed Peleus and Neleus, boys destined for kingdoms, fates interwoven with both sea and land. But when Tyro discovered the deception, Her grief swelled like a storm tide. She did not reject her sons, but she withdrew from Poseidon, carrying in her heart both love and sorrow, the dual inheritance of the ocean. Demeter, the silent grief. In another tale, Poseidon pursued Demeter, the goddess of harvest and quiet fields. Demeter, grieving the loss of Persephone, wanted solitude. She fled, taking the form of a mare to escape him. But Poseidon followed, becoming a stallion, and from their unlikely union came Arion, the immortal horse whose hooves struck the earth like thunder. Their story was one of grief meeting persistence, a reminder that even goddesses cannot flee the ocean's pull forever. The nymph Aethra, the hidden legacy through the nymph Aethra. Poseidon fathered Theseus, or so some say, a child of two worlds, destined to bridge land and sea. His birth brought pride to Poseidon, a reminder that even fleeting love could shape enduring legacies. Athens gained a hero, a king, a symbol, and Poseidon gained a son whose courage echoed his own. 3. The children of the sea, beautiful, terrible, eternal. Poseidon's lineage was not simple, nor soft, nor singular. It sprawled across the world like currents, touching kingdoms, mountains, rivers, and sunken ruins. His children ranged from heroes loved by cities to beasts feared by sailors, from gentle messengers of hope to monsters forged by pressure and darkness. Triton, the voice of the deep. Triton, son of Amphitrite, was his father's pride, a calm presence, a herald, a musician of ocean winds. When Triton blew his conch, the waters listened, storms paused, creatures gathered, the deep world breathed in harmony. He stood as a reminder that from Poseidon's depths came not only terror, but guidance. Pegasus, born from blood and air, from the severed neck of Medusa, when Perseus struck her down, rose Pegasus, white as breaking foam, light as sea wind, free as unchained tide. Pegasus carried no malice, only beauty. He was proof that, even in a moment of brutality, something pure could take flight. Chrysaor, the golden blade. Alongside Pegasus came Chrysaor, a figure of strength, shadow, and fierce might. He embodied the sea's darker potential, the weight of deep trenches, the inevitability of storms, the still anger that slept beneath still water. The Cyclopes, rough children of the raw world. Some traditions named the Cyclopes as Poseidon's kin, massive, untamed, creators of divine weapons. They carried in their single eye the uncompromising gaze of nature itself, focused, unyielding, impossible to misinterpret. Their legacy revealed the sea's harsher truths. That power can be blunt, that strength can be lonely, that creation and destruction often share the same hand. 4. Kings, heroes, monsters, a family shaped like the sea. Poseidon's lineage spread like foam across the world. Many kings traced their blood to him, claiming legitimacy through the sea god's veins. Minos of Crete, whose palace at Knossos mirrored the labyrinthine nature of tides. Neleus, who ruled Pylos and built harbors blessed by calm waters. Atlas descendants, who guarded columns at the edge of the world. And countless island rulers who prayed to Poseidon for fair winds and safe returns. His heroes, Theseus, Perseus, through Pegasus, Orion, in some tales, carried fragments of his will, boldness in their stride, restlessness in their hearts, and the monsters Cetus, the sea serpents, the lurking giants of abyssal trenches reminded mortals that the sea did not belong to them. It belonged to him, always, entirely. 5. Love and destruction, the dual heart of the sea. The Greeks looked at Poseidon's tangled family tree and understood something profound, that love and ruin walked side by side when the god of the ocean was involved. His affections could bring forth kings and saviors. His passions could birth monsters that twisted the fates of cities. His tenderness created gentle children like Triton. His anger brought forth beasts that swallowed fleets. In this, Poseidon mirrored the sea itself, the sea that fed civilizations yet erased them in a single night, the sea that carried sailors home yet took others into its cold embrace, the sea that gave life yet buried life beneath unmarked waves. Poseidon was not one thing. He was all things the sea could be: vast, changing, beautiful, fearsome, gentle, cruel, nurturing, devouring. His loves shaped kingdoms. His children shaped myths. His passions shaped coastlines. And through each story, each romance, each tragedy, each child, the Greeks learned to see the ocean not as a simple blue surface, but as a world of layered meaning, a world that offered everything and asked for respect in return. Poseidon watched the twilight deepen, the last strands of gold dissolving into a dark, soft blue. He dipped the trident into the water. Waves rose to greet it, curling gently around the metal like affectionate hands. In that moment, the god of the sea felt the full weight and full wonder of the loves he had known and the legacy he had shaped. The ocean breathed against his ankles, the world settled into night, and Poseidon, with all his tangled heart, stood quietly listening to the stories carried in every tide, the soft breath of the endless sea. The night had settled gently over the water, laying its dark velvet across the waves, like a blanket pulled lovingly over a sleeping child. The sea glimmered faintly beneath the moon, its surface shifting in slow, rhythmic pulses that echoed the rise and fall of a peaceful breath. Poseidon stood at the edge of the world, his silhouette outlined by pale silver light, as if he were carved from the same quiet glow that shimmered across the ocean's skin. He watched the horizon stretch endlessly before him. A soft wind curled around his shoulders, cool and calm, carrying with it the scent of salt, of drifting kelp, of distant waves breaking upon unseen shores. It was the scent of time itself, old, unchanging, yet always moving. The long journey of his story, woven through storms and kingdoms, through heroes and monsters, through temples and prayers, had led to this still, gentle moment, a moment where everything grew quiet, where everything came home, because the sea, no matter how far it spread, no matter how wild or endless it seemed, always returned to its breath, a slow inhale, a slow exhale, the simplest rhythm in the world, the first rhythm mortals ever heard, the final rhythm they would ever forget. The Greeks believed that when the waves whispered along the shore, they were hearing the breath of Poseidon, deep, ancient, the soft exhale of a god watching over their fragile lives. Fishermen listened to it in the earliest hours of dawn, before their boats touched open water. Sailors listened to it in the dark between storms. Mothers listened to it while waiting for husbands to return from long journeys. Children listened to it before sleep, thinking the sea itself was humming them a lullaby. And even now, standing beneath a silver sky, Poseidon felt that same breath flow through him, not as a god commanding oceans, but as a presence intertwined with them. He inhaled, the sea rose. He exhaled, the sea fell. Two movements, one being, one endless cycle. He remembered the turmoil of storms he had unleashed, waves towering like beasts, earth groaning beneath the weight of his anger, winds tearing across waters with wild, spiraling violence. He remembered earthquakes that split open the ground, revealing ancient veins of the world. He remembered tsunamis, rising like walls of hammered steel, rushing toward shorelines with unstoppable force. Human voices had cried out in fear, and the sea had swallowed those cries whole. But he also remembered the peace, the calm mornings where the sea was smooth as polished stone, reflecting the sky in perfect silence. The gentle tides brushing against the sand like soft hands. The clear, shimmering shallows where children learned to swim. The warm currents that carried boats home. The quiet nights where moonlight painted the water in liquid silver. A scene so delicate, even the gods watched in awe. He remembered the dolphins that leaped joyfully beside ships, the glowing gardens of coral in his palace, the laughter of Amphitrite echoing in sunlit shallows, the steady voice of Triton calling through the deep, the heroes whose courage impressed him, the mortals who prayed not in fear, but in gratitude. Two sides of the same God, two faces of the same sea, nurturing and devouring, calm and violent, tender and unforgiving, a God of contradictions, mirrored perfectly in every tide. He turned slightly, feeling the low rumble of an ancient underwater fault, shifting far below the surface. It was not a quake, just a reminder, a whisper that the world was alive beneath him. He placed a hand on the sea, letting the waves curl around his fingers in soft spirals. For a moment, the ocean seemed to glow beneath his touch, as if greeting an old friend. "Rest now," he whispered to it, though the sea needed no words to understand. "Your story is long, and the night is gentle." The waves responded in small, delicate ripples, spreading outward in slow circles. The moon shimmered in each one, making it look as if the world were made of 1,000 tiny mirrors, all reflecting the same soft memory. Poseidon lifted his gaze to the horizon. The line between sea and sky blurred into a single shade of deep blue, a color that held centuries within it, a color that felt like sleep just moments away. This was where stories belonged to him, not in temples or scrolls, not in myths carved into stone, but here, in the quiet pulse of the sea, in the hush of waves against sand, in the knowledge that the ocean never stopped breathing. Mortals feared what they could not control. They revered what they depended upon. And Poseidon, more than any other god, embodied both. He was the peace they longed for, and the storm they dreaded. He was the calm they trusted, and the terror they could not escape. Yet, in the soft moments when the world dimmed, and the air cooled, and the sea hummed its ancient lullaby, they felt comfort, because to hear the ocean was to know that something vast, something eternal, something older than mountains and younger than the stars, was still watching, still breathing, still present. Poseidon closed his eyes. The sea breathed in, the sea breathed out, The sound rolled gently toward the shore, soft and steady, like the heartbeat of the world. And somewhere, on some quiet beach, a traveler preparing for sleep heard that sound and felt their body relax. A child nestled deeper into their blanket, soothed by the whispering tide. A fisherman sat by a dying fire, listening with peaceful familiarity. A sailor on distant waters looked toward the moonlit waves, feeling safe, because the sea was not just water, it was presence, it was memory, it was the part of the world that would continue long after stories were forgotten and temples turned to dust. The sea endured, and so did the god who breathed with it. Poseidon lowered his trident. The waves brushed softly against the shore, slowing, gentling, settling into the night's quiet rhythm. A final whisper passed through the wind, so soft it could have been dream or prayer. You are safe. The sea is watching. Sleep. And as the ocean breathed, as the world dimmed, as the last silver light melted into darkness, the story of Poseidon, lord of the deep, earthshaker, stormbringer, and quiet guardian, drifted like a slow, calm tide into the silence of night.